Viva Las Vegas. Viva, viva Las Vegas. Oh, yeah. It's your boy Christ I Am Disciple. I haven't shown video yet. Boom, here I am. We're going to talk about a bunch of stuff. All right, on here. We're not going to have any spoilers, but we're definitely going to talk some stuff. And we're streaming right now. I have to get some of this stuff out to Facebook, so I just notified you guys on Twitter. I'm going to get notified some people. You guys can share the information I got on Twitter to other people you know. And let's have a big old discussion on Army of the Dead. Army of the Dead. It's the Army of the Dead. We're going to talk a little bit about the Army of the Dead, and we're also going to talk a little bit about some other really great Netflix hits. I subscribed to Netflix very recently. I can't subscribe to Netflix and HBO Max at the same time. That's something I can't do, but I can subscribe to one of them. Netflix has some pretty good content on it. I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the content I looked at. I looked at Enola Holmes. That's dope. We'll talk a little bit about that. I heard this reference on actually the Lightcast. Love, Death, and Robots. Really dope. I'm going to talk a little bit about that. Of course, we must talk about Henry Cavill's The Witcher. Cobra Kai is a very good, interesting one as well, so we can talk about that. We'll talk a little bit about Frontier. That's a Jason Momoa film. You know, back in the historical times before the American Revolution. We'll talk a little bit about that. Things based on a true story as well. And you guys can suggest some other hits on Netflix that I can watch. So I'll be very interested in seeing all of that. And we're going to talk a little bit about Snyderverse updates and news. So we're going to get into it real quick. So without further ado, I told you guys I was starting at about this time. Even though I'm moving around, sharing some information and data, you guys can join in, hop on the cast, and let's get it popping, baby. Army of the Dead. Yo, yo. Now I'm not really into zombie movies. Let me just be abundantly clear with you guys. I'm not a zombie movie guy. I'm more into I almost forgot. Before I go on, Pick a Shades, what's up? Pick says watching it right now and drawing a thumbnail for my eventual review. All right, cool. Uh, if you guys want to join as a guest on here, you can pop up because I want you guys to join in as guests. You don't have to only chat in the chat section. You can also join as guests, and you can join as guests. There's the stream link there. Anybody could pop on. Anybody could start talking about this stuff. So let's get into it. We're getting into it right now. In the meantime, also, I think I'm going to have to pop up. So sometimes you'll see the screen freeze. Don't worry about it too much, or blank out. If it blanks out for a minute, it's just me doing some things, trying to get the stream onto other platforms. All right. What's up, Troop 31? I saw you put your clips down. I see the GIF. I see the pictures. Just got home from work, gonna watch. Oh, you haven't watched Army of the Dead yet? Okay. Well, it's good for you to stay tuned because this is non-spoiler. This is a non-spoiler discussion, not a review. Discussion of Army of the Dead. So, but I know you amped, so you're gonna go watch the film anyway. But I took it in early this morning. Like I went to sleep after. Very early in the morning, I came through. I watched Army of the Dead. And boy, I was watching movies all of last night. I didn't even get no sleep last night. I was just watching movies straight through because I was waiting for Army of the Dead to drop. That's how it went down. I was like waiting for it. I was like, man, dude, it didn't drop at 12. It didn't drop at 12 in the morning. It didn't drop at 12 a.m. It dropped like somewhere around I think it was like 4 a.m., 5 a.m. in the morning. So I stayed up the entire night watching for this thing. But in the meantime, I was binging a whole set of stuff because Netflix got some really good stuff on it, man. It got some really good stuff on it. Before I go into Army of the Dead, I'm gonna give you guys a chance to catch your breath, do what you do and stuff. I'm gonna just talk about some of the stuff on Netflix that I think is really cool. If you guys haven't seen Cobra Kai, you guys need to see Cobra Kai. You know, if you want to talk about a series that to me, well, I grew up watching the Karate Kid because I got some good age under me. But if you want to see a series that really will get you kind of invested in it, but you kind of have to have know some kind of background about it. Because if you don't know background about the characters in Cobra Kai, at least the main characters, that would be Mr. Miyagi's apprentice, and then the guy who he faced in the very first Karate Kid movie. And it'll be funny, but it wouldn't really have the context to it. You have to understand how villainous this guy was, how evil and bad, and the values that Cobra Kai embraced seem to be negative values, and they like flip the script on that whole thing. So I would suggest some people go watch the Karate Kid before you go and watch Cobra Kai. But nonetheless, off of a very loved movie when it came out, Karate Kid, Cobra Kai came out, and man, I've been binge watching that. I'm still in season one, but man, I watched series after series after series. It really got me. When a series ropes you in, yeah. So I'm gonna talk a little bit about Cobra Kai. I didn't talk too much more about Cobra Kai for now, except to say it's a hit on Netflix for sure, and a lot of people are watching it. In the next season, I think it's coming out next year or something like that. I think they're up to season three. I think they're 3 seasons in now. And I remember when it came out on YouTube. It wasn't on Netflix. Netflix bought it. That it was really dope, man. It was dope on YouTube, and I was watching all the stuff for free because I wasn't paying for shit. mm, mm, really good. So I'm just doing a little bit of food cooking over in the corner there while I chill out, relaxing. Would you guys see? I grow the hair. Hair's pretty big. I don't know if you guys can see that, but it's huge now. And my beard's pretty huge. She's a little bit like Stephen Colbert to some degree. Now, Stephen Colbert from Screen Rant and stuff. Yeah, all right. Let's talk about. So that's Cobra Kai. For those of you who don't know, I haven't watched The Witcher in a long ever. So I actually got the opportunity to watch The Witcher on Netflix, and that was also pretty dope. The Witcher, man, yo, it's dope, and it's got me roped in. I'm at the point now where, well, I ain't gonna do no spoilers, but I'm gonna say I'm at the point in the movie where it's getting really tense for one of the royalty. I mean, that's all I'm gonna say about that. It's pretty tense with one of the royalty. It reminded me of a kind of like a Lord of the Rings saga. Everybody speaking perfect English and some Cockney, but the nice thing about it, again, edgy. So it's edgy in the sense that people curse and swear. Yeah, it's comical moments as well, and it's interesting. I mean, it's interesting. That's all I'm gonna say. I realize already that Geralt of Rivera, he's got certain standards and codes and morals and ethics, and it's pretty interesting who he is and what he's about. I know it's based on a video game, but I don't think I ever watched the video game. Yo, Love, Death, and Robots. Hey, you guys should check it out. It's a series of short films um, touching on different topics, but it's mainly about CGI exploration. I feel like this series is touching they're pressing against the the frontiers of animation and and reality, and I really love it. It's many different animation styles. For those of you guys who haven't checked out Love, Death, and Robots on Netflix, you really should. It reminds me a bit of the Animatrix. For those of you who are old enough to know what the Animatrix was, it's a series of short films discussing different topics of humanity and also of um, mechanization and the relationship. It gives a background between man and the machines. Well, kind of like that. This Love, Death, and Robots is something like that. And I've seen some of these clips on YouTube. So I have to believe that Netflix bought up the properties. Again, independent filmmaking and things that will win awards in film festivals and stuff, and put it together. I think Netflix is smart. They onto something because they realize they're actually exploiting people who were YouTubers who are putting out their content. People are forgot what the name of the other platform is where they do that stuff, and concept designers and stuff, and they're really taking advantage of that. So Netflix really is a pioneer in so many different ways, and I understand why. They're all about content. So they're like, man, come to us. You got content? Okay, bring the content. So Netflix is really ahead of the game when it comes to that. I think it's hard for Disney Plus to compete with Netflix, I think, because Netflix brings you stuff that if you're like this new generation that's not just interested in mainstream stuff, but also something you can discover and find, just like with music and other things, I think Netflix is the place for you. It's kind of like the World Wide Web when it just came out. It's kind of like this new frontier. And you discover all kinds of new nice content on Netflix. And Netflix has a lot of original content as well, which really works in their favor. So Netflix, man, be doing it. They really be doing it. I can understand why Zack Snyder's Justice League fits in right there. Really easy, really nice. And we're not no, sorry, Zack Snyder's Army of the Dead. My bad. I had Zack Snyder's Justice League on my mind. The Army of the Dead. And you have, it seems as though you don't have so much bureaucracy and nonsense about how you're creative. You continue to have a lot more creative control at Netflix, you know. And so independent filmmakers and those kinds of guys, once they can pitch their ideas very well, Netflix is all the way behind them. I really love that. It really is a great platform. And I see, you know, they got the CW on there, some CW movies like Supergirl and some other things. I also saw, I looked a little bit, but I kind of got disinterested. The first episode of season one of Jupiter Legacy. Um, really wasn't invested in it. The best parts, though, of Jupiter Legacy were the parts where the brothers were speaking with each other, like and the flashback scenes with that. I think anywhere where they weren't wearing those ridiculous costumes, you know, some people like the costumes. I hate the costumes. They look like clowns in them, and they don't look powerful. They don't look strong. The fights, man, it's just it sucks. Like it really sucks. It's not very grounded at all. But really CW-ish. Arrow versus not even Arrow. Arrow's kind of grounded, but CW-ish. And man, I'm gonna say this one time, that turns me off from movies. And then the exposition heavy at times, preachy at times. I just hate that. But it's got something in there. It's got something in there, you know. Um, Enola Holmes. Oh my goodness, you guys need to go watch that movie. That movie's something else. You know, I actually rate, this is weird, but I rate Enola Holmes ahead of Army of the Dead. That's a better movie than Army of the Dead. I know Army of the Dead is a different. Army of the Dead is a Army of the Dead. Okay, is a sci-fi zombie apocalyptic action drama, right? That's what it really is. And there's humor in it, and there's some really funny parts. You know, it reminds me. Certain parts of it remind me of, for those of you again old enough to know what I'm talking about, the Naked Gun 2.5. It reminds me of this funny, really like wacky, funny uh segments where the movie keeps serious. The music is pious as hell. It's not over exaggerating anything. Like the music stays the way it's supposed to be. Like if it's a serious movie, but the movie's doing some hilarious shit that just makes you laugh. You're really laughing, and the characters in the movie. Let me tell you. Let me put it this way: the characters in the movie are keeping in character, right? But and this is the funny part of Army of the Dead. It really is hilarious. That for me, it was very funny. And make me laugh that the scene's long since gone, the characters have moved on, the story's going on, and I'm still laughing about that moment, right? So Zach is Zach's a really funny dude, right? So there's this freaking hilarious moment in Army of the Dead that leaves you. Even the way how Army of the Dead ended is freaking funny. It's hilarious for me. You know, my sense of humor. You know, it's dark, but it's funny. It's dark humor, but it's hilarious. I mean, the movie's funnier than I thought it would be, and it had me cracking up. There was another moment in the movie, right? We can talk more about Army of the Dead. It's real funny. I'm not going to talk about the specifics of it, right? Where there's so many funny moments in this movie. I'm like, what? Then I catch myself laughing, as the movie's going on. And the way, because of the premise that was, the hilarious premise that was created, the series of things that happen after, just make it funnier. So, it's not, okay. So, okay, let me explain to people. It's not a comedy. Army of the Dead is not a comedy, right? Most of the time you're amped and you're tense, right? But there are just moments in the film. It's not a comedy, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, there's not something you go in and you bust out laughing. It's something that's unexpected, like Zach's timing and everything, and the way the characters are arranged, and how the way the story is being told. There is a moment when it just gets very, very funny. Okay, and you'll start laughing because at the beginning of the movie, where everybody talks about the open credit scenes and the funny parts, and there are some funny parts in the opening credit scene that I'm recalling in my mind. But what I would tell you is, uh, I saw the opening credit scene. I saw the first 10 minutes, so I was like, okay, okay. I still laughed. I chuckled at one or two, but I didn't burst out laughing. Right? I just kind of chuckled. Oh, okay. And some of the parts of it again was very nerdily funny. Like if you're a nerd, you like it. If like you'll snicker. But I'm talking about bust gut laughing. Like you will break out bust gut laughing at certain points in the movie because it's it's intellectual, kinda. It's kind of like getting with your mind, it's playing with your mind, but at the same time, it's really freaking funny. it's not it's not it's not super heady. It's not super intellectual per se, but it is definitely funny. And so I'm just telling you because it's unexpected. Like it's unexpected humor you'll find in the film. Kind of like Wonder Woman, but much funnier than Wonder Woman because of the way it's not slapstick humor, but it's like slap in your face, bland, sort of situational humor sometimes. Sometimes it's something somebody says too. So there's humor in what they say. But the thing about it is it's kind of menacing as well sometimes. Because what we're laughing at and it's funny, it turns out to be something that could be like it could cause the death of somebody. You know what I mean? It's that bad. So it's like it kind of like it's not Chucky humor. If you guys have seen Chucky, the horror movie, it's not Chucky humor, but it's kind of dark like that. Like the humor that you might be laughing at could turn into something very bad, very quick. And so that's the thing about Army of the Dead that I thought was very amusing. That's the humor there. Enola Holmes is in some very dangerous situations, right? And there's humor in that movie as well. But the way how it's packaged is much more emotionally charged humor. It's humor that could quickly change to sorrow. It could quickly change. It's kind of like it's not Marvel. It's not Marvel because Marvel they throw slapstick punchlines, right? This is not punchline humor per se. This is the story is moving along. And what I love about Army of the Dead as well as Enola, I'm talking about both of them together, is that Army of the Dead and Enola both had sort of the story keeps on rolling on, and you're like going with the characters. You're like going with them. You're like, well, okay, where does this go? And particularly with Enola Holmes, it's really a journey because unlike Army of the Dead, which is team and every man for himself kind of thing, Enola Holmes is more you're in solitude. It's kind of like The Witcher. She's on her own, and you see the forming of her being on her own and becoming what she is and becoming the legend that she becomes, even though Sherlock Holmes gets all the praise for it a lot of times. You know what I mean? So they talk about this like this new character in there named Enola Holmes, and you guys are going to really enjoy that. Well, if you have the taste like I do. If you don't have taste like I do, you're not going to enjoy it. You're not going to enjoy it at all. So, what is my taste in movies? So you guys could know if you like it or you don't like it. Okay, so I don't like predictable movies. I don't like movies that have a um, a predictability to them, like a trope or even if it has tropes and stuff that it's kind of walking the usual line. And the thing about Enola Holmes, her story is very fascinating. Her mother's story is very fascinating. The period piece is very fascinating. Sherlock Holmes being in that period piece is very fascinating. Knowing about Enola Holmes, more about her family is very fascinating. So there's a lot of dynamics in that movie. Okay, and I can't speak enough how much that movie made me cry. It made me laugh, but it also had me at the edge of my seat, and it had me on this journey that Enola Holmes, was going through, and it was amazing because I can relate to that character very much. And I believe a lot of the newer generation of younger people, some of them, can relate to it. Okay. And so a certain demographic probably would relate to Enola Holmes more than another demographic. But I'm telling you, man, I love stories like that. And it was very novel, very different, um, very different. Okay, there you go. Okay, it's over here. Okay, all right. Let's talk about Army of the Dead, because if you guys don't want to talk about it, I think I'm going to talk about it a little bit more. So, let's talk about first of all the characters in that movie. Let's talk about the characters, and we'll talk about the story. The story has already been laid out. The plot beats are a little bit twisty, but basically the characters. Let's talk about the characters. So, I do not remember all the names of all the characters, but I remember Vander Haas. I call him Vander Ho, but he's Vander Haas. I remember Dieter. He stands out. Mr. Tanaka, Martin, Coyote, um, Peters, Scott, his daughter. Um, I can't remember what Samantha Wren's character's name is, but Samantha Wren. Um, I can't. There's an unknown guy that began in the beginning of the story, and who's part of the team. How the team even comes together is interesting. Um, the security guard guy. I forgot what his name is. Well, the immigration officer, should I say? The immigration officer, I think he was. Low-level immigration guy. It was really interesting, man. It was really interesting. His part of the story. All the characters in the story are interesting. I'm not gonna lie. It makes you intrigued as the story moves along. How could I forget Zeus? Zeus is the guy at the beginning of the story. Nobody ever calls him Zeus, by the way. He's not called Zeus in the story. The queen. Oh man, she was a darling, man. The queen was a darling. You know, eh. I actually like the queen. You know, I actually like some of the zombies. I really did. Some of them, they actually got heart and stuff. Really, the zombies got some heart, man. The zombies, in their own way, you know. You know what? You could actually have a whole movie on the zombies and their culture and how they conduct themselves. It's a little bit different to how we conduct ourselves as humans, but you know, um, the zombies are actually interesting, man. The zombies are pretty interesting people in this movie. I'm just gonna be eating something while I'm talking to you guys, okay? But yeah, man, Army of the Dead was dope. Um, so you had the Queen. She always come through with a lieutenant, lieutenant zombie. Yep. There was a king, was Zeus, who was the head zombie, and then you have different kinds of zombies. Right? I think people have already covered this in detail, but you have the shambler zombies, which is typical classical zombie. Was walking to you, right? And then you have the alpha zombies. All right. The alpha zombies are more creature-like, and they're not so much humanoid, but they're kind of humanoid. And I don't want to talk more about that, but just suffice it to say, You have different kinds of zombies. Coyote kind of alerts everybody because Coyote's been in and out of that area. And the zombies, some of those zombies can move as fast as animals. Like the tiger, the zombie tiger. You know, zombies moving as fast as that. Really quick. Um, there's a lot I want to say about this movie, but I actually dug some of these zombies. Some of these zombies, they stole the show to me. Great acting by the actors all around. Great acting. Was it Academy Award winning acting? No. Was it um, acting like I saw in Enola? No. And it's not just because they carried British accent. There was a lot going on in Enola. So it wasn't that level of acting. But for an action movie, oh, it was something. There was a certain rawness to the movie, you know? But at the same time, for a zombie movie or for any horror movie, it was actually pretty light for a horror movie. It wasn't as, it was more, and this is going to sound weird, but it's more playful. And that sounds weird, because when you watch the movie, some shit going to go down, and you say, playful? Are you kidding me? But for me, it was a bit playful. Um, you could tell the actors were having a good time in the movie. And you'll see what I mean, why I say playful. Some of the characters, you know what it reminds me of a little bit? The Dirty Dozen. A little bit of the Dirty Dozen. Was it a dozen people? I don't know. But it reminds me of the Dirty Dozen because some of these characters, man, I like some of these characters. They're crazy as fuck, but they really are cool. You know, they're likable. And it's like that those characters live on. You know, they're likable characters. So the characterization in this movie, which is a pretty extreme movie, was yeah, A1 for the characters. Vanderhoof. Hey, nobody told me Vanderhoof was that funny. Vanderhoof was funny in this movie. Vanderhoof was funny in this movie. Everybody's talking about Dieter, who was funny. Dieter was funny. But Vanderhoof was funny too. Very funny. Not comedian funny, okay? But funny. For the movie itself is funny. The movie has a certain self-awareness to it. That's really on the nose sometimes. And you could tell from the opening credits that it's going to be funny. There's going to be these little funny little things. Like I said, Naked Gun 2.5 funny. The movie's rolling along, but there's just these funny moments. Okay. So, how do you know the movie's self-aware? Well, one of the reasons is because, oh my goodness, uh, there's the Viva Las Vegas thing, which begins with the artist, the pianist, playing the song, right? And I'm not spoiling anything. And that song shows you that the movie knows what it is. It's very self-aware. I love it. um, that piece at the beginning of the movie, if it wasn't so huge, it's a pretty big movie. That piece at the beginning of the movie reminds us. It reminds me of something you'd see on Broadway. You know, there's stuff going on in the news that's very relevant to the story, and the story itself is so relevant to our times. You know, very much. Um, when I'm having a spoiler discussion, I'll talk more about that. So, so acting for actors. The characters are lovable, all of them, even the savage, menacing ones, even the zombies. And huh, makes you question: is it really a bad thing to become a zombie? I don't know. Hmm. Those zombies can come back from almost everything. There's only one thing they can't come back from. At least we think so. um, you could do all kinds of things to those zombies, and they can still keep coming. Or they may look like you got rid of them, and then they come back. So, hmm. It's a movie that I think you have to watch at least 2 times to get everything that's going on in it. It's not a deep philosophical movie, so don't think about it like it's a blast. It's a summer blockbuster blast. So yeah, it's not one of those movies you have to think a lot about in terms of story. However, on reflection, you want to go back and watch it again because there's more things going on in the story than you thought you saw in your first watch. That's what I mean. So it's a good old summer blockbuster fun movie, especially for horror people. People who love horror. That's your thing. You love horror and you love zombie flicks. You love this. Okay. And again, this movie tells us a lot. I believe about ourselves. It's very introspective, and that's why I said it's a drama. It's a drama movie. Again, very much like Enola Holmes. Enola Holmes is more of a drama, but it's also action adventure drama. It's an adventure drama. You're on a journey, adventure journey with this individual, with uh, the Army of the Dead is more of a drama. It's not so much there's a journey they're going on, and we don't know what journey it is and where they're going to end up. We know what the journey. We know it's a mission they're on. We know the mission mark at least. We don't know why they're on that mission. There are different reasons for being on there, but we know there's a mission. There's a beginning. There's an end to the mission. If they accomplish it, they don't. So Army of the Dead's a little bit different. It's not really an adventure movie. It's more of a drama action flick, which I find very good. I find it very interesting. All right. Mhm. Just had to add some more salt to the food. 231 says, I'll come back and watch your review. It's not a review, it's a discussion. I want to discuss the movie with people without spoiling it. So, there's a difference between a review and a discussion. I'm not interested in reviewing movies at this time. Give a score and all that stuff. That's not what movies are about. Movies have take home. I'm gonna give you guys one of the take homes I got. A lot of times in relationships, we assume a lot of things. Maybe because we're seeing it from our lens and not from another person's lens. And this movie, while it's very tragic, there's a lot of tragedy in it. It wasn't about the tragedy. It was about the shared moments. You know, what's interesting about this movie, and I think it's cathartic, particularly for Zack Snyder, is there's a way for us to process loss. I mean, this movie's about loss. hmm It's about loss and how people handle it. And uh, Zach goes into that. It's very cathartic, I guess, for Zach, because the story really has a through line through it, particularly for, oh my goodness, for several people in the movie. Um, Particularly the main protagonist in the movie, loss is a part of the movie. Okay, and it happens in several different ways, and how the protagonists deal with it is interesting, and how they, I think, hmm, Zach makes me laugh here. Zach is telling us something in this movie. I've only watched it once. I'm gonna watch it again. Zach and his subversive plot tactics. If you ask me, this movie subliminally is programming us to believe, to enjoy the moments together, to enjoy the now. And interestingly enough, huh, interestingly enough, when I think of certain characters in that movie right now, I think about what gets them to enjoy the now now. It's very interesting. It's very interesting. Um, why does it take high stress, high tense environments for us to get basic and to enjoy the now, to enjoy those sweet moments? We take them for granted because what? We expect more moments, you know? Hmm. I think, I think that's the basis of the thing. When I think about it, because without getting relational, I'm speaking about relationships, I think that the now moments of that movie, when people decided to lay it out on the line, or decided, or it was laid out on the line, because people die in this movie, okay? Not just zombies. But You know, when they lay it out on the line, um, mm, instead of protecting themselves, yeah. Or when there's nothing to protect anymore, when there's nothing to defend, they go to the now. And those valuable moments, yeah, those valuable moments. Hmm. So I wanted to say that because there's take homes. Me, 46-year-old man, and I savor these moments with you guys. I do. Savor sometimes the moments of solitude when I have with myself. I savor the moments when I have, moments with people. I remember a famous boxer saying, he said, I don't take for granted the moments I have with people and the relationships I have with people in the now. Because I know, just like that, it can be taken away from me. And it's true. Life is not predictable. We go by we go by the assumption, the probability. Nothing drastic would happen, or nothing life changing would happen. But I can tell you from experience how quickly things can change, very, very fast. And I've learned to enjoy the time I have now, because we don't know where we would be in a couple of minutes from now. You think you do, but you don't. And this high stakes movie, this high stakes drama, brought out that very strong message. And we saw it. We saw it both with the zombies and with the humans. You know what this movie kind of reminds me of to some degree? And I even looked at the animated series of film, Love, Death, and Robots. And Love, Death, and Robots is really awesome. But one of those things I saw, I really enjoyed, was um, the movie where things constantly were changing. I can't remember what the name of the movie is. You guys can check it out. Short movie. It was this shapeshifter, and no, I'm not talking about shapeshifters, because shapeshifters is really good. That episode was good. But I'm talking about the episode in, I believe it's Japan, where this Japanese guy, he grows up with, I'm not going to give it away, a shapeshifter, a spirit shapeshifter who she could take on human form. And there was this, she was seen as bad in hmm, in the lore, in the culture. Seen as taboo. And supposed to be terminated. They try to hunt them down. I think it was called the hunt. go hunting or something like that. Really interesting. And the short of it is the relationship between those, the unlikely relationship between these two. You know, I'm not saying get to know the devil, but because sometimes some people are just not good to get to know. But people who you appreciate, people who you find value in, people who you find virtue in. I to this day I remember my mom, for example, and she lives on in me. And in this movie, something similar is happening uh, with certain characters. And when you see it, you'll understand. So even though characters get killed in this movie, it's not celebrating the death of them or mourning the death of them. In a very sort of beautiful way, it's glorifying not the it's kind of glorifying the death of them, but more so their lives. And not just their lives, but the moments in this movie. So that's what I like about this movie. And so, in a movie where you should feel depressed or sad, it's actually an upbeat movie. It's an upbeat movie, and it's like I think this is what they were talking about: actors taking stage left and leaving, leaving the story. You get that feeling more than they've been terminated to die and just no, because the movie's actually celebrating the undead. It's celebrating, in my opinion, it's celebrating life. Hence the living dead, I guess. Army of the Dead. I mean, Army of the Dead. It's a two-edged sword, in my opinion. I mean, I know maybe Zach didn't look so deeply into it, but I'm just saying. So I really enjoyed Army of the Dead for that reason. And I think Love, Death, and Robots, I mean, they cover a lot of ground, okay? Thematically, subject wise, they question a lot of things. They talk about a lot about animation and so on. It's almost like I said before, it's kind of like themes you would see somewhere in the Animatrix, for example. They talk about a lot of interesting things, from occultic things, spiritual things, etc. So you guys should really check out Love, Death, and Robots. If you got left Netflix, please check it out. It's really dope. These short films, and I just believe that Army of the Dead, sort of in line with that Go Hunting, I think is the name of the episode. I think it's kind of in line with that. And you guys might be looking at Go Hunting, but when you see it, you'll see what I mean. Um, and I just really appreciated also the fact that Zack Snyder's movies are never straightforward about the topic that we think it's about. We think it's just a zombie flick and dumbass shooting the zombies and getting rid of zombies, right? But or something like The Walking Dead or whatever. But no, it's actually a lot more layered than that. It does remind me a little bit of The Walking Dead to some degree. I watched one or two pieces of The Walking Dead, but it's not so much about that. Obviously, it's more about the relationships these people build with each other, right? And again, the twists and turns and the relationships the zombies have with each other. Zach's. What I've noticed about Zach? Zach is a guy who he doesn't just limit things to human. Like he speaks about humanity, kind of like again, like I said, with Love, Death, and Robots, kind of comments on humanity and all of this other stuff. But even though this is sort of like a versus film, human versus zombie to some degree, but not really, it is interesting because he's sort of humanifying the undead. He's kind of giving them an opportunity to show that they're more than we assume them to be. And I think that's very interesting because It's basically he's saying sometimes what you think is taboo isn't taboo, and sometimes you need to kind of explore it. Because remember, this is like a metaphor. Zombies, The Walking Dead is like a bunch of people who just into routines, just do their job. They can be very dangerous because it's cut stroke in their job or working. You understand it's a metaphor, right? Zombies are a metaphor. The first zombie movie was based on consumerism, right? But this one is not about consumerism. This is about people. And Zach seems to always have that mindset where he's sort of looking into the psyche of people. So people who fit into society and they just run into the routines of society and they follow blindly the norms of society, they're zombies. Okay, you got it? The people who are aware and they're kind of awakened in the sense that they're not really just going to follow societal norms just because of and they're going to they're going to shake up things, right? They're usually public enemy number one because the system has to be maintained. And I just feel like that's the commentary on the story. But in that commentary, he makes the story very personal in that he's talking about the relationships of people in this struggle to steal some money. You get it? That's how I see it. Now, I mean, he may not even be commenting on all that. He just may doing a zombie flick, but that I see all of that in the zombie flick, and I'm just saying. So yeah, Caracters. You're gonna love Dieter. You're gonna love him. He's awkward. He's odd. But you're gonna love him. But that boy got some hood in him. That boy got some hood in him. You know what I'm saying? That boy gangster. He gangster. I'm telling you, he gangster. Especially when he's in his area of expertise. He gangster. All right. Um, you're gonna love Vanderhoe. You're gonna love Vanderhoe. Vanderhoe. I mean, if you, I mean, you know, it's interesting because Vanderhoe is a guy who, by nature, he's not really naturally a violent guy. He's more of he's more of a, a guy that likes to walk around principles. But yet, he's talking about. He always looks at things philosophically, and he said, he's like, he's like, you know, uh, hmm, he's like, it could be cathartic going back in there, cathartic. So that's all I'm gonna say. When he has skin on the team. Now there's a big something in there that I talk about that Vanderhoe and Dieter talk about. It's very interesting. I mean, and especially the way how Zach kind of illustrates it while they're talking. It makes you really want to think about it a little bit more. And that's kind of crazy because in the world, the only sort of abnormal thing in that world was the zombies, right? Everything else was constant. The zombies is that one thing, and I don't want to say too much about the origin of the zombies, but we know how they originate in the open credits. But the zombies are like the one sort of could be explained naturally, but the one kind of supernatural thing, sort of like, right, in the whole movie. But then this other element is thrown into the movie, and I would really like to talk about it in spoilers, but I can't talk about it right now. That other element, this movie's it's sneaky. I tell you, it's subversive. I loved it that it was funny, and at the same time, the way how it was pitched and the way how they conversed made you really think about it. You're like, wait, what? Wait, what? Yeah, Tanaka, right? Yeah, Mr. Tanaka. And at the end of the movie, you see Mr. Tanaka, and he's like, because everybody got a plan, right? Different people got different motivations and reasons for doing what they're doing in this movie, and so it's not just a straightforward heist in that regard. It's straightforward. The story's straightforward. It's linear. It's a straightforward story. Don't get it twisted. But there's all these little, twists and turns in the story as the story evolves. You get to understand, and I think that's why all the people who saw the writing of the story really enjoy it, right? Um, so basically, I want to talk about another point in the story that I thought was It's very pertinent. Nobody probably will talk about it, and I'm going to talk about it. All right. And one of those things is something that came from BVS, you know. And I'm going to say this. I'm going to say this out clear and straight. I don't think the biggest monster in this movie was the zombies. I'm going to say that. I'm going to just come out straight and say it. The biggest monster in this story was not the zombies. I'm going to leave it right there. All right. Because I don't think, I don't think, I don't think that people understand, you know, think about it. Just think about it. When you watch the movie, you're going to watch the beginning of the movie and then think about what transpires during the movie. Think about what I just said. Think about Mr. Tanaka. Think about what I'm saying. Just think about it. All right. Um, you know, uh, just think about it. Also think about the fact that this movie, um, oh boy, this movie is you know what this movie remind me of? It reminds me, it reminds me of Love, Death, and Robots, the episode called Shapeshifters. You guys go watch Shapeshifters. You're gonna understand what I'm saying because it's gonna make sense. It's gonna make sense from the security guard guy. It's all gonna make sense. The security guard guy shares something in common with the news and with the way how I don't want to go too big, but suffice it to say the way how the government was treating people. Let's just put it that way. Uh, you know, that's the short version of it because this movie covers a lot of stuff. It's straightforward, but like I said before, you know, I think too much through it in a sort of way. It gives you everything you want. It's not like one of those thinking movies like BVS, but it's suddenly just dropping shit on you all the time. Like you going through the movie laughing, but you don't realize that, or not necessarily laughing. Maybe you're involved in an emotional scene, or it's very weighty, or whatever. But in the meantime, there's a lot of some subliminal shit going down on you, and you don't realize it. And so, like I said before, I don't think the main monster in this movie was the zombies. No, no, no way, no way, no way, no way, no how. The zombies were not the major culprit in this movie. And maybe if they have a sequel, it'll become more apparent and more clear who the real monster was. Let's just put it that way. You know, I'm gonna leave it right there. But Love, Death, and Robots, um, basically, hmm, you know, you know, when I think about it, there's almost a through thread in this. Listen to me carefully. The Witcher. When I started watching through those episodes, The Witcher was kind of giving a commentary, you know, on ourselves, on humanity, and humans. Love, Death, and Robots. I know it sounds like I'm talking very generically, but trust me, I know what I'm saying. Okay, I don't want to spoil the movies, but Love, Death, and Robots again is having a commentary on us, humans and robots. I guess the best of ourselves and the darkest parts of ourselves. Right? Army of the Dead did the same thing. Army of the Dead basically was talking about, in fact, Enola Holmes. Enola Holmes is interesting because, again, it's a commentary on humanity and ourselves and on human beings. And who, now I think about it, Love, Death, and Robots. There is a episode with a witch who she basically uh, raises a young witch uh, that didn't know she was a witch. That's interesting. Y'all need to check that out. It's very instructive on chaos. And shall I leave this? I'm gonna leave the cat out the bag and how to control chaos. I'm gonna leave it there because there's a lot to that. Trust me. Um, it's called Counterbalance. I think the episode's called Counterbalance, and it's very interesting. Uh, a lot of things we call sorcery witchcraft really has to do, and people talk about Wicca, really has to do with, with with controlling chaos, yeah, but also with balance, but also with energy. Yeah, a lot of people talk about energy all the time. That's all I gotta say about it. Right. So, Army of the Dead. Going back to that. So yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Basically, I'm talking about controlling chaos. Uh, and that motif is going to be an interesting one because you're going to realize now. Wait, wait, wait. You'll be like, wait, 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 wait. Who is the real monster in this movie? You're going to ask yourself that question. If you don't, then you haven't really looked at the movie because it's going as funny as certain parts of the movie is, and they'll have you laughing. They're gonna have you thinking afterward because Zach's saying some stuff, man. He's saying something. It is a social commentary on humanity, on ourselves, how we conduct ourselves, and by extension, how others or strangers or others than us have commonalities with us, just like us. And it's really weird because again, I'm gonna go back to Love, Death, and Robots for a minute. You know, Love, Death, and Robots kind of comments on that in another segment. There's a number of different segments in there, and some segments are adversarial, and some segments show the commonality between ourselves and other sentient beings. Or are they sentient beings? Because we like to compare everything to ourselves. We think we're the pinnacle of civilization. We think we're the pinnacle of everything. You know what I'm saying? Are we really? Love, Death, and Robots. Check it out. Army of the Dead, man. Man, I can't speak enough about it. And how relevant it is to our times, particularly when we look at how people are responding to immigration, how people respond to outbreaks and epidemics, how people respond to other people because they become a threat to us, or people like them have become a threat to us. And that again is explored in The Witcher, where in The Witcher we're beginning to realize. I don't know if I should break the boat. I feel like I'll spoil it, but I'm gonna say this: one group of peoples, one group of peoples, oh boy, they brought a lot to the table. But another group of peoples rewrote history. Let's put it that way, and wiped their names out of it and villainized them. And how many times have we seen that? Right? I'm gonna call them peoples. They're not necessarily humans. I'm gonna call them peoples. Peoples is any sentient being, in my opinion, who can make choices and can think and reason and come up with theories and ideas and thought. I call them peoples, right? And it's ironic what's happening with some of the protagonists in The Witcher with respect to different kinds of peoples. That's all I'm going to say about that. I know I'm being very vague, but I know exactly what I mean, right? Um, so in Army of the Dead, we got that kind of same thing going on. I don't know what will happen between I ain't gonna say much more because I'll spoil the movie, but let me just say it's interesting that a zombie in this case once was a human being, and it reminds me of the parademons being converted by that we didn't get to see that scene, and hopefully we can see it in the air cut. The parademons being converted to humans being converted to parademons. It kind of reminds me of that vibe. Cobra Kai, man. Cobra Kai, man. Cobra Kai. Cobra Kai, man, is also dealing with the others, but this time other human beings like ourselves. The others. How people demonize them or they applaud them and praise them. It's ironic how the same person could be demonized at one point and vilified, even targeted. And then on the other hand, we're just same person, just displaying and exhibiting different attributes that they bring to the table. All of a sudden, they're praised and lauded and worshiped. Crazy. And coveted and all that stuff, all that good stuff. Which is very interesting to me. It's very interesting to me. Uh, so Cobra Kai, man, you guys haven't checked out Cobra Kai. You guys should really have a good look at it. It's more of a young people movie, but yeah, they are two older guys who once were teens and stuff. I like it, and I like it's not overbearing dialogue. Like the dialogue is done very very class quality dialogue. They got cursing and stuff, but what I mean by that is a quality dialogue. Like it's not Jupiter Legacy is yappa yappa yappa. It's like, how do I put it? There's a balance. It's a dialogue heavy. Kind of reminds me of Avengers and those kinds of things. I just hate those movies because the guys just talk too damn much. I hate Superman and Lewis. I hate it. I'll tell y'all now. Dialogue heavy. The guy's always mansplaining everything. I don't like that. All right, and Frontiers. Frontiers was good, man. Um, Frontier was good. Jason Momoa. It's an episodic series. You guys should really check it out. It's a true story based on um, a half Native American, half Irish guy who pretty much brings a resistance to the British. And this is what kind of helps the American Revolution. So you guys should check that out. And he worked with the native peoples to kind of push them back. It's really an interesting story. You guys should really check it out. Uh, Frontier, good stuff. I'll be talking a little bit more about that now. I don't know what you guys are saying in the comments. Okay, cool. So I wanted to hear from you guys. I'm going to just take a little break here, uh, toilet break. But I want to hear from you guys. What other movies on Netflix, if you guys got Netflix, what other movies are good to watch? So I'm talking about Army of the Dead, non-spoiler, Army of the Dead discussion. You guys, I'm gonna leave that with you guys while I turn off the cam for a minute and the microphone. Let's go use the bathroom. Yeah, so what other really good movies you could watch on Netflix? Let me just tell you the ones I'm watching right now. I'm watching the Witcher series right now. Watching Cobra Kai, watching Frontier. Watching Love, Death, and Robots. So if you guys have any other suggestions for Netflix, let me know. I'm very interested in finding out what other movies you guys are interested in watching or television series on Netflix. Netflix got some good stuff. Don't tell me Jupiter's Legacy. I'm not interested in that. Okay, that turned me off. That's not my style of movies. Let me just tell you my style of movies. My style of movies, like I said before, they're not traditional movies. I don't like traditional stuff. I'm an artist. I like variety. I like difference. Even if it doesn't rub me the right way, I like variety. So that's my thing, you know. And I hate dialogue heavy films, which guys are talking fast and stuff like that. Unless the guy, whoever is doing it is really good at it. Also, I have Enola Holmes, which is a movie, and Army of the Dead. Those are the two movies I'm watching at right now. There's other stuff on Netflix I see is interesting. I'll check it out. Yeah. So anyway, you guys leave comments in the comment section below. If you got anything to say to me, if you're just passing through and just watching this video, but we're gonna keep it moving as we should. So if you want to join as a guest, I really want to talk with people. I want to bounce stuff off of people and just see what people are saying. But I'm gonna add my input always with this stuff. So there's a couple other things I want to talk to you guys about. One of them is some stuff on the Snyderverse, the updates, and some news. So first of all, Umberto Umberto Gonzalez, and he's talking about restore the Snyderverse. That's good to hear. That's good to hear. The other very interesting thing is that we see in the merger of AT&T and also, well, not AT&T, but really Warner Media and Discovery. We see the head of Discovery, David Zaslav. He's talking about the IPs, and they put Zack Snyder's Justice League inside of there. So, and he's talking about Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman as the IPs. His emphasis is on the big Trinity. So I like that. I like that. That's a good sign. Um, and also, there's a bunch of other things that transpired, which are really good. Um, and that all works in our favor, right? We know the Snyderverse is coming, but my push right now, my immediate push, is to see the Snyder Cut in theaters, particularly in China. So we need to get the Snyder Cut in theaters in China. If you guys got anything, you guys could tell me how you felt about Army of the Dead if you've seen it. Those of you who haven't seen Army of the Dead yet, okay, that's cool. You can listen to my promo about it and my discussion on it. But I really want to have a talk with you guys. If we need to talk again tonight, I can do a stream. You guys are gonna have to request it though. Do a stream tonight at around 8, 9. I think a lot of people are gonna be streaming tonight anyway, so that's why I didn't really want to do that. I might just watch the movie and enjoy the movie and enjoy some other Netflix content. Netflix is dope. Now, don't get me wrong. I think HBO Max has better content, stuff that I would really like to see a lot more. Because Netflix got Justice League, like just Whedon's Justice League on it. That's some crap, man. I don't want to see that. They get the Snyder Cut on there. Now that's a totally different story. But we know kind of exclusive to HBO Max right now. But we'll see how it goes. But yeah, Netflix, really dope. I'm going to take advantage of my subscription because I'm subscribing for this entire month, which means I got to make the most out of my money. So I'm going to be watching movies like mad. So, guys, if you got any suggestions about what kind of movies you want me to watch and maybe even review or discuss or whatever, let me know. Those of you who have seen Army of the Dead, tell me what do you feel about it. No spoilers, please. Don't spoil the movie. But tell me how you feel about the movie after seeing it. I thought it was good. I thought it was a good movie. A nice little flick. I'm going to go back and watch it again. You know, when you start rewatching Zach stuff, you see more and more things. It was a good flick. I mean, like I said before, I'm not zombies is not my genre. I'm not a horror guy. Um, and you know, the movie was intense. I mean, it was intense. At certain points in the movie, it was pretty intense. Um, was it? People say it was large scale. It was large scale, but yeah, it wasn't large scale. What do I mean by that? It was kind of an intimate movie. Zach focused in on the intimate moment. Yeah, it has a grand scale. It's like it's a worldwide event. It's making news. You hear it in the news all the time. It's a tremendously big event. they start personalizing it and put it into a smaller, more condensed context. And so that's what I liked about what Zach did with it. Um, and I like the organic nature of it. It was a very organic movie to me. There were certain parts in the movie where it felt like a set piece. It felt like a stage something. Yeah, of course. But for the most part, it felt more like an organic piece because Zach didn't shoot on film. You know, the beatiness of film sometimes you get a little bit more detail. So sometimes the backdrop looked more detailed, and as a result of that, it felt more like a movie. It felt more like a set at times. Other times, I didn't even see the set. I was like, whoa, you know, and that was interesting as well in and of itself. The There's a couple things. There's a lot you learn about zombies. Like you'll learn about zombies because of Coyote. Coyote is the one helps you to learn about zombies. And the thing about coyotes, coyote has a certain set of morals. Like coyote operates by a certain set of morals, and you get to understand it by and by. Trust me. Coyote's really cool. I really liked Coyote in this movie as well. Um, there are characters that you will not like in this movie. I'm gonna tell you that right now. But the zombies were lovable, guys. Man, the zombies were lovable. They're always looking to kill you, or they're always looking to bite you and eat you, infect you. But they're lovable. They have certain qualities and characteristics about them that make them lovable. And you know, that's the weird thing about it. You actually have feelings for the zombies. I saw the Filipino um, song "In or Out." It's the Army of the Dead. If you guys haven't seen that music video, it's funny as hell. And the zombies doing the dance. You know, Michael Jackson did a zombie music video. Remember that? Thriller. It's the thriller. Thriller. You had the zombies in there doing their dance. And we had the werewolves in there, you know. Um, and so the Army of the Dead is, you know, it's something like that. It's there's no musicals, but there's music in it, and then music tells you exactly what's going to happen. But there's the zombies. How do I put this? The zombies are interesting because uh, they have emotions. These zombies have emotions, and these zombies, these are, how do I put this? This is gonna sound funny, but it's almost like it's a zombie revolution. I know to me it's funny, okay? To see when you see the zombie revolution, you understand what I'm saying. Oh, oh my gosh! There's a moment in the movie where the zombies just go nuts. That's why I said they're lovable because it's kind of they'll kill you and convert you into a zombie, but yet at the same time, like there's some funny moments in the movie. I'm telling you, there's some funny moments in this movie. Some really funny moments in this movie. If you like dark humor, you're gonna enjoy it. You're gonna enjoy it a lot. um, just reflecting on certain moments in the movie is and the way and the way how the music just really dramatically like this is what Wonder Woman 84 was missing, right? You don't have to change the score. You don't have to ramp it up or anything like that. All you have to do, it, I'll explain to people the Naked Gun 2.5. If you guys haven't seen that, you should go watch it, right? You may not relate to everything, but Queen Elizabeth's in that movie or whatever. And what makes that movie so funny is because the music is very dramatic, right? It's dramatic music, it's serious music, but there's spoofs going on, right? With the zombies, there's this tremendously orchestrated moment that's very dramatic, right? It's serious, right? It holds itself extremely seriously. and the zombies. That's why I told you I love the zombies. The zombies go cuckoo crazy, man, in that moment. As I said, it's a zombie revolution. That moment, you have to see it to understand what I am talking about. And it's an emotional moment. Man, you feel for the zombies too. You feel for the zombies too because it's an emotional moment. But when the zombies, when the zombies, they go cuckoo crazy. I tell you, they cuckoo crazy. And that's why I said Zach, he has a sense of humor in the whole thing, and it's funny. It's really funny. It's a funny movie in that respect. Um, it's it's a very funny movie in some respects if you think about it, right? You know, Vanderho. Oh my God, I remember a moment with Vanderho, Dieter, and the group, right? So Vanderho and Dieter, right? Those two. Oh my God. There's a moment when, as those of you who don't know, Dieter is a safecracker. Okay, that's what he does. He's really good. All right, so Dieter is trying to crack the safe. Let's just put it there, right? That moment right there. That moment where Dieter is cracking the safe, and the rest of the group comes in. And Vanderhoof, of course, he's there to guard Dieter. And Vanderhoof, you know, uh, Vanderhaas, sorry, not Vanderhoof. Vanderhaas, he, Dieter starts speaking, right? And Vanderhaas, man, so funny. It's just so funny what Vanderhaas does when Dieter is speaking. And, oh God, it's just it's a very funny moment, okay. But the way how it is actually administered in the story, because the stories, there's stakes, things are packing upon things are changing all the time. So the stakes are changing, and then this event now comes in, and it's just one of those funny, awkward moments where it just gets like it's you know what scene is kind of like that? Lex Luthor with Superman. There's a moment where Superman's going ballistically mad on Lex Luthor, right? He's about to obliterate Lex Luthor, and Lex Luthor spoilers everybody. Lex Luthor says, um, "What did he say, boy?" He says, something that's really funny," and the whole cinema was up in laughter. He says, "What did he say?" I can't remember. He says, "I don't know," or something like that. No, he doesn't say I don't know something because he says, "Where is she?" And then Lex Luthor goes, "I don't know, something like that." I can't remember what he said. Something. It was really funny, right? Well, that moment is something like that, but not really. All right, it's one of those moments where there's a lot of tension. There's a lot of people are coming down, and then this moment comes in the middle of it and just makes everybody laugh. And it's like well timed. It's like a well timed moment because there's so much tension that is built up in the story that by the time you get to that point right there, right? Because it's a tense moment also at that point, but they take the tension and they make this funny moment out of it, which is really, I tell you, that's the thing about, how Zach actually uses his humor or how he builds humor into the story. You will be cracking up laughing about a moment, right? That is being built up even more. Like the humor of the moment gets even funnier as the story moves along because what happens is that moment catches you by surprise, first of all. The tone of the movie, the musical tone of the movie stays the same. The musical tone of the movie isn't indicated. It doesn't miss a beat. It's just same intense. The intensity is still there in the music, and yet this is a funny moment you just can't help but laugh about. And then if you thought that was it, no, there's a series of moments that follow it that make it even funnier. for certain people like myself. Myself, I remember I like darkish humor. I like all kinds of humor, but humor that catches me off balance, humor that catches me by surprise. Oh, that's the best humor in the world, right? Not slapstick humor. Slapstick humor doesn't really do much for me. But and that's what comedians, when they do stand-up comedy, that's what they do. And the beats and the timing and then the story that they're painting to you, and then the twist in the story is what makes it funny, right? Well, it's the same thing here. Except you're gonna look at Dieter and be like, "You say it, brother." You're gonna be like, you would be like with Dieter, you'll be like, "Yes, yes, yes. Tell him, please." But you're laughing at the same time, like you'll be laughing your ass off because of just the way how the scene plays out. You know, depending on what kind of person you are. Again, it depends on what kind of humor you like. Some people it wouldn't do anything for them. They still be staying flat watching it. Like, okay, yeah. So different people, different strokes for different folks. Yeah, guys, leave in the comments, man. Come on, talk to me. Talk to me about this movie. I could talk about this movie for hours. That's just me. But talk to me about it because the movie's funny, man. It's funny. It's unexpectedly funny. Saul Martin says, Saul Martin, you got the name of one of the characters in there, Saul. Pretty funny zombie flick. It had great charm. Yeah, it had heart. I thought for zombies, it had a lot of heart for zombies. Like it was a very heartfelt movie for zombies. I thought it was I thought, I thought it was a very heartfelt zombie movie. Which is again an ironic combination of things to say. But she was my world, and you took her from me. Oh yeah, man. But you know what's interesting too? I thought about I thought about it, and I was like, is that the movie in and of itself too? There's a bunch of stuff I can say that other people haven't said. Okay, about this movie, and not spoil the movie, right? So the way my personality is I'm more of a person who doesn't have problems with quiet time, right? I like to be by myself. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't mind being with groups, but I like being by myself, right? And several of these characters, while helpful to humanity and so on, you could tell that some of them were to themselves, right? What is interesting about this is when you see the dynamic between two particular characters in this story, who, yes, they help people and they interface with people and stuff, but they're on their own beat. They're kind of solitary. When you see the interaction of two individuals in this movie, who, when they mesh together, it's like peas in a pod. It's really funny to watch them uh, for the moments of time when they're together in the film because they don't stay together forever. It's really fun to watch them interact. And I'm not talking about Dieter and Vanderhoos. I'm talking about two other characters in this movie who really make the movie quite interesting. And they're two individuals who, uh, one you'll naturally want to hate as the movie goes on, and the other one you'll want to root for, right? But the interaction between them is like peas in a pod. It's really funny to watch them do their thing. And because they're kind of similar nature as well. But you see that you could tell the difference between what one character wants to help people, really does. They profit off of it, but they want to help other people. And the other character, you could tell by their nature that they're in it for nobody but their own prime objective, their own agenda. They don't care. They do it however way, right? And it's just interesting though. They're like peas in a pod with each other. The interactions really like they get each other, which is very interesting. Very interesting. Um, Unfortunate though. uh, so uh so yeah, it's good to see Zon Martin talking about pretty fun zombie flick. It had a great job. Hey, something I want to. Well, Saul Martin's probably gone. A pity. Don't forget, guys, you can jump on here in StreamYard. What I was going to ask was, there's a lot of questions I have to ask, but one of the questions I would ask Saul Martin is, what did he think about that floating concept he had out there, that there's a possibility, uh, because we see the origin of the zombies, right? And huh, we know of the end of some of the characters, but we don't know the end of all of the characters. What do I mean by this? Okay, so one of the characters is it's open what happened to him. I'm gonna say that off the bat, right? Also, there's another character there who it's open ended what happened to her. And I'm not talking about the her that you guys are talking about. I'm talking about another her. There's an open ended something to that. And the other thing is, from what we see, is there a possibility? Spoilers, not really spoilers, but it could be spoilers. Given that the zombies possibly can evolve, does that mean that there's a chance that this evolution could go in further? Because think about it this way: they've evolved, and these particular zombies, some of them at least, have evolved. You know, so that's why I'm asking that question. It's a very broad, sweeping question, but now you guys know the zombies have a hierarchy, and some of them evolved. And what does that mean for? Because why I say some of the zombies evolved, okay? These zombies, some of them have feelings, right? And so that's why I asked that. And the other thing is, with respect to, I wanted to ask Saul, okay, so how you felt about the film? It was good, it was great, it had charm and all that. I wanted to know from him who, in the sequel, if there is a sequel, because there's a possibility of a sequel, were the measures taken sufficient to off the zombies and stop the zombies? That's the question. Because we know what happened in the film. We know I mean, it made news what was supposed to happen. But here's the thing: we know that these zombies can do certain things, and they can be, they can last pretty long, right? They're very durable. So who's to say that these zombies, if kept to a certain degree intact, cannot come back? Who's to say that? Because literally we've seen skulls on the ground, right? And from what we know, I won't say a little more than that, but from what we know, there is a possibility that those things could come back, given the right conditions. So that's all I'm asking, because there's a lot of open stuff in this movie. There's a lot of questions you can ask yourself concerning all the characters. From Scott, there's an open-ended something there with Scott and his daughter. Right? There's something a little open-ended there. I don't know if you guys paid attention to it, but there's a little something open-ended there. And there's a little something open-ended with respect to the queen, right? And Zeus, right? There's something open-ended there. Um, it reminds me of the funny moment again. And then there is something also somewhat open-ended with respect to Vanderhoss, right? Vanderhoss in this story. I'm trying to think if I kept track of all the characters. Oh, there is something definitely open-ended about Mr. Tanaka in this story, right? So I'm just saying. And remember, certain measures were taken at the beginning of this movie, and still, in spite of those measures taken in the beginning of the story, the zombies continue to exist, right? Just saying. Just saying. Just putting it out there. So, you know, do you do the same thing all over, but just on a bigger scale and get the same results, or what happens? And then there is another question I have. Why is it the coyote was able to do what she did to be able to get the people into Las Vegas so easily? Are you telling me that that method is not something that the zombies themselves haven't explored? I'm just saying. I'm just putting it out there. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. All I'm saying is that people were talking about how in the heist, that the amount of money that was in the heist wouldn't have been enough for them to be able to fly all that money out. I disagree. Okay, I disagree with that statement because we saw them move out some of the money in this movie. Saul Martin says also the blue blood and robotic looking zombies. Uh huh. Yeah, we don't want to spoil it too much though. I see the cycle repeating itself as Vanda. Don't say that, you can't, dude. You can't say too much. You can't throw. You can't spoil. You spoiling the movie. Also, the blue blood and robotic looking zombies. I see the cycle repeating itself as Vanderhoff foreshadowed earlier in the movie. He's contributing to that cycle repeating. Yeah. But I don't want to spoil it. That's all I'm saying, Soil. I don't want to spoil it for the people. I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about, and that's why I said Tanaka is integral. Yeah, it's not a spoiler review. If it was a spoiler review, we would spoil the shit out of this movie. Because there's a lot I want to say. But it's okay. It's okay. It's cool. They don't even know what you're talking about. No, there's no spoilers. My bad. Yeah. It's no problem. It's no problem. Yeah, Vanderhoff, man. You know what the thing? Vanderhoff is Vanderhoff. I said Vanderhoff. The thing about it was, right? Now that you said it, it wasn't. I don't think it was blue blood. It looked like metallic blood, like metallic kind of thing. And even, I don't want to talk too much more about it, but what you saw it not only, and then you saw the eyes. The eyes were interesting too. Then you saw the eyes, the kind of metallic eyes. It was kind of interesting. And it all, a couple of things I want to say. The first thing is, I noticed that I don't want to talk too much about the zombies, right? But sufficient to say, because there's more to it. Because remember what Coyote said about, the stuff that you were seeing, uh, you know, the stuff that you were seeing lying around. And she said something about the weather and stuff, and about, I don't want to say no more about that. I'm just kind of being very cryptic, and that's why I said that they're very durable, because in the beginning of the movie, you remember what happened in the beginning of the movie, and they still existed, right? They still populated the place, right? So I think there's a lot more to these zombies, and I think Zack Snyder, the prequel, will help us to understand a little bit more about them. And then the other thing about the zombies that I found very intriguing, like I said before, was the emotional state of the zombies. That the zombies actually had emotions, and all the zombies had emotions. Even the what, what do we call them? The shamblers. Even the shamblers had emotions, which was really weird, right? And it seemed as if they were evolving, like they were evolving as the movie was going along, slowly, but they were evolving. And I thought that was some weird shit too. But Coyote knew a lot about them and was talking about them. But nonetheless, you know, uh, and then you know, there's a lot going on here because remember, uh, I don't want to say too much more, but I really want to talk about this movie, like without spoilers. But we can't talk about it without spoilers, so that's all I'm gonna say for now. But I have a lot of questions, not just concerning that, like what you just said out in the open, just like that. Cryptically, we wanted to go cryptic, but that ain't that. You kind of let the cat out of the bag a little bit, just a little bit. Oh, a lot of dude. Like the news. You were listening to the news. You were listening to the news. There's a lot in that news segment, right? And that's what I'm trying to say. The reaction that happened in the news to me about Las Vegas, I thought, but wait, what's going on here? Everybody's debating it, and the debate was on. It was really weird hearing the debate about X and Y and X and Y without saying too much more there. X and Y. There was this big debate, remember, in Congress to pass. Right. So that's all I can say about that. I don't want to talk too much more about that. We'll talk about it in the spoiler section. you know. But yeah, like you said, Saul, which would really, really got my attention is, the evolution of the zombies. I thought that was interesting, and then you said something else, which that was the funny segment that they were talking about. Was it Dieter that said it or Vanderhost? I can't remember which. I think was it Dieter or Vanderhost? I mean, probably was Vanderhost. Yeah, with the theory that he came up with, and that's why I said Tanaka. Tanaka, there's more to this thing than meets the eye, and I think Vanderhost kind of opened it up about Tanaka, and Zach was kind of leading us forward with that. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, Army of the Dead. What did you think about it? Saul Martin said he thought that it was very interesting. He liked it. It was pretty fun, zombie flick. It's a good ride. So if you like horror, if you like zombies, if you don't like horror and you don't like zombies, uh, yeah, but you're not somebody who's absolutely filled with anxiety and afraid of things a lot and gore. Um, this would be a good ride for you. It'll be interesting. It'll be different because it's not. It's a zombie movie, but it's also not a zombie movie. And there are zombies everywhere in this movie. But it's not exactly a zombie movie, but it is a zombie movie. So hard to say it was funnier than I expected too. Oh, it was way funny. For it was okay. So it's not a comedy. So don't be expected to be laughing all the way through it. But those people who haven't seen it, but it is funny. I'm not gonna lie to you. I told you I laughed. There were two times in this movie where I actually had gut busting laughs. Right, one of them was in the middle of the movie, and one of them was at the end of the movie. Because the characters, they really are characters in this movie. This movie's kind of like Suicide Squad, like suicide. It's a real suicide mission. It really is. Um, And so, just as zombies, we're dealing with zombies. Yeah, and it's a bank heist too. And the bank heist is not the most interesting part. The interesting part of this movie has to do with relationships again, and how things transpire. That's what makes this movie interesting. And again, sort of the movie doesn't really make it. It's really a summer blockbuster because you don't have to think too much for this movie. It tells you everything you need to know. You can see it from a mile away with certain things that happen with respect to certain characters. You can see it from a mile away, and other things you just can't see from a mile away. Like you would never predict. You would never suspect how this movie would end. For example, you would not suspect that. Nobody, not in my wildest, thoughts did I ever think this movie would end like how it ended. So it's surprising, and for some people, it's going to be hilarious. For other people, they'll be like, okay, okay. But for me, it was hilarious. The ending was funny, very funny. In fact, up to the last, up to the last seconds of the movie was funny for me. For me, how it ended. You know, and you care about the characters. Don't get me wrong. I did care about the characters. It's just that the way how it was brought forward and everything was funny. That's another question I have. Conversion. Some people instantaneously convert into zombies, and some people don't instantaneously convert into zombies. And I was asking myself, why is there inconsistencies in that? And I thought it was just very intriguing. Okay. Um, so I'm just saying that that was another interesting thing that Zach put in there and had us saying, well, why is this guy? It's taking him so long to convert into a zombie. Why is this person? Why is this person converted into a zombie like that? Like just and they just get up and they're like zombies. You know what I'm saying? So I thought it was intriguing. I don't know if it had to do with who bit them or what. I don't think so. I don't think so. But it does leave questions of who bit who as well as we go through the story, right? Who bit who and all that stuff. It's all that juicy stuff. So it's very intriguing. It's very intriguing when I think about it because I thought it's not an inconsistency. This guy obviously thought about the script. He obviously thought about what he was doing. So what's happening with that? You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm going to say about that. I know. Is it a spoiler? It's kind of a spoiler. I just said I doubt it was a spoiler. It's not going to necessarily, but it's something. It's a question you would ask yourself as you go through the story, and you're wondering, like, okay, but why did this person convert so quickly to being a zombie, and then this person took a little while for them to convert? I didn't understand that part. Maybe it's how much venom, or I don't know. I don't know. Well, whatever the thing is that's inside of there. If this movie is to branch off into a franchise, what a fun starting point, for sure. For sure, it is. That's the thing about it. It really was a fun ride in many respects. A fun story. I got a question for you, Saul Martin. I got a question for you. You have Netflix, right? So what I'm gonna refer to several things here and tell me if you've seen any of these, or you just subscribe to Netflix just to see one movie. Because I'm a guy who I don't just I try to get the most for my value, most value for my money. So have you seen any of these things? Uh have you seen any other movies on Netflix? Too late to join in? No, no, man. Pop in, man. Pop in. Pop in, chop chop. I have no problems with that. What other stuff you've seen on Netflix? Have you seen Frontier, Cobra Kai, maybe The Witcher, Love, Death, and Robots, Enola Holmes? I really recommend Enola Holmes for some people. I know you've seen Army of the Dead. Yeah. So shoot, talk to me, peoples. What movies have you seen? Ricochet says, too late to join in? Nope, nope, nope. Pop on in. The link's somewhere up on the top. And if you want to Saul Martin, you can pop on in too. You don't only have to talk in the comments. You don't have to show your face. If you want to show your face, that'd be great. But you don't have to show your face. Turn it on my laptop. Take some time. Okay, but you don't have to use your laptop. You can use your phone. So, yeah, man. Uh, so I have questions. I have a lot of questions about Army of the Dead. I got different questions for different people. This is my peace jersey. You guys can see that. Yeah. Yeah. I have different questions, man. I have questions. I have questions. I'll give you guys another question. One more question I'll give you guys, and then you guys can do whatever you wish. The question I got is, um, I like that. You said you were really enjoying Cobra Kai. Going to go back to it soon. Yeah, man. Cobra Kai was good. Cobra Kai is good. I like it. I like it. I like it. I like it. I haven't gotten all the way through season one yet. I think I'm at episode 8 or 7, one of them. Um, but I got a question for you guys based on Army of the Dead. So, on Army of the Dead, All right, going back to Army of the Dead. Army of the Dead. Uh, how many of you guys realize that? How did I do this? The movie had uh in the beginning of the movie, not the opening credits, in the beginning of the movie, how many of you guys realize that these guys um were some of them were some of these people were anime characters inspired by anime. How many of you guys realize that? Because you look at the guy, the YouTuber, and that's another thing. That's another thing I didn't really think about. How come this guy on YouTube? How what did he go into Las Vegas? Why? What's he doing in that YouTube video? How's he killing zombies in the YouTube video? Well, it was real zombies. There were real zombies, right? So what's up with that? Where are those zombies? Where did the zombies come from? Or are they in Las Vegas? Did he go into Las Vegas to kill zombies and had fun doing it? I mean, just really interesting. They probably went in fired coyote into there and then was killing zombies. Or what's up with that? I'm just asking. I'm just asking. You know what I mean? Because I always had that question. I had that question in my mind. I'm like, how's he? How did he do that YouTube video on that? I'm just asking. I don't know what you guys think about that. Yeah. Well, we are about 2 hours in, um, and I'll tell you this, all Martin. You should check out Life, Death, and Robots. You might like it. You might like it. You might like it. It's kind of like short clips and segments on on yeah, you should check it out. Love, Death, and Robots. You could type that in on Netflix and check that out. It's dope. It's dope, really. You're gonna like it. I'm telling you, man. It's really great. Um, with respect to, and if you want to, you should check out Enola Holmes because everything's cheap. Everything's, I mean, free. Setting myself up. We'll be there soon. Okay, man. Yeah. Hey, Netflix got some good content on it. Some of the content I don't like, it's shitty, but other content is really good. And the thing about it, the cinematography of this movie, Zack Snyder's cinematography was just perfect for this movie because what he's able to do with that lens is he's able to kind of make it intimate, so you're not distracted by other things outside. So he can literally zone in on certain characters in the movie, which I thought was really cool. When he's ready, he zones out of it. So I thought those lens, whatever lens they are, just really focuses in on certain characters and certain individuals and focuses out any distractions. I loved it. I loved it. I loved it. I loved it. I really loved this. His photography is great. He's a great DP man. Fantastic. Um, and that's what made the movie intimate. That's what made the movie. I haven't really be able to look at what was happening in the background. That casino scene was dope as hell. That casino scene is intense though. That was an intense scene, very intense scene. Um, you know, just trying to get from one end of the casino to the next could be so intense. And intimate rarely is the word, isn't it? Was a cool experiment. His style really resonates with me. Yeah, man. The dude knows how to shoot, man. He knows how to shoot stuff. Really does. And a lot of people were saying that the movie was too long, and I didn't think so. I think he gave it enough breathing room and breathing space. Um, and of course, you want to know what is going to happen next, and you're trying to piece together things yourself. Uh, so you really you don't realize how much time has flown. And then the thing about it is, there's so many stakes. There's so many different things that are going wrong in that movie that it makes it very interesting. It makes it, intriguing. And it's not just going wrong for the team; it's going wrong for the zombies too. That's what I like about it. There's the zombies. Some stuff is going wrong for the zombies, and at the same time, a lot of stuff is going wrong also for the team. You know, and man, Mr. Tanaka, he's something else. I'm not gonna lie. He really is a bad boy. He's a bad boy. You know, um, and got me laughing. It's funny because the outcome, the outcome of this movie is so ironic. Like it takes these ironic twists all the time. Like it was one ironic twist, then two ironic twists. Oh gosh, that's so funny. And the other thing about it is, you know, eh, there's a lot to this movie that I haven't really thought all the way through. Like, you could ask yourself, I'm going to say it, but I'm saying it in a vague way. Were those really only the only survivors of the movie? Let's just put it that way. Were those only the only survivors of that movie, or is it that there were other survivors of the movie? And you think about it. Think about it. Just put some thought into it. Think about it. Think about what I just said. Don't. Are there other survivors of this movie? That's all I'm saying. Because the movie ends, but there's a lot of open-ended parts to it. And I'm not just talking about the zombie. I'm not just talking about zombies per se. I may be talking about the main protagonist in the story. That's all I'm saying. It's kind of open-ended. You just scroll up to the top of the chat, and you'll see it right at the top there. Uh, yeah. Just click the StreamYard link. It's at the top. I posted it at the top. Yeah, you saw it too, Pick of Shades, did you? Yeah, yeah. Don't worry, we'll do a spoiler version of it, and really get to delve deeply into it. Uh, the spoiler version of it, man. But Army of the Dead. If you've seen it or you're about to see it, and you're looking forward to seeing it, good, man. Um, um, I'm not trying to overhype the movie because it is what it is. It's not an Academy Award winning movie. It's not the Academy Award winning acting, even though there's some pretty good acting and great range of motion in the acting. You know, it's not there on my laptop. Can you add the link again? Okay, let me see here. How do I do that? Nope, I don't want to be put in timeout. So this is the link here that I just clicked on the top, but probably because you came in so late. Oh, yeah, okay, okay. Cool, man. Yeah, let's chop it up, man. Let's talk about Army of the Dead. There's all these different topics in Army of the Dead. I'm beating this topic to death, but I don't care. There's all these great topics in Army of the Dead, and you know, we could talk about at least some of the relational themes. One guy calls it Army of the Therapy, or Army of the what is it? Army of the personal therapy or personal drama or whatever. All right, for those people don't know, Scott has a daughter in this movie. So the members of the team from A to Z, I don't know if I remember all of them, but I guess Pick a Shades could help me out with that. You got Dieter, who's the safecracker. You got this Mexican dude. He was the guy who, did the shoot 'em up videos on YouTube. You had Vanderhorst, who had experience. He was a veteran, military background, uh, had killed zombies before. You had Scott, who was the team leader. He's the guy that kind of brought everybody together. And he also had a lot of experience killing zombies. You had what looked like it was sort of like his girlfriendish kind of person, or his second in command, uh, she had experience killing zombies as well and saved his neck a couple of times. Um, and then you had uh, the Mexican guy. He brought along Samantha Wren. Samantha Wren was his girlfriend, and she brought along, and they also brought along another friend. Okay, they became part of the team. Then you had uh, Coyote. Coyote was the person that brought people in to Las Vegas illegally. Okay, hence Coyote. And then you had, and think about that the consequences of that, right? That's kind of like illegal immigration into the United States of America, right? Okay, okay. So you guys kind of get the you get the point. And those and there's a reason why that happened, right? And then you have uh, Scott's daughter. Scott's daughter works on the outside of Las Vegas in what we call the so weird, but the what do you call it? The it's like an immigration it's like an immigration camp where you come and they need to check to see that you're okay, that you didn't have the virus in you, so that you don't turn into a freaking zombie, right? And they wash you, to remove clothes, all that kind of shit. And then you also have on the team the pilot, who is Peters. Peters is the pilot that flies them in. No, sorry, Peters is the pilot that flies them out. Actually, not in, flies them out. All right, and that Coyote gets them in, and then he flies them out with the money because they're going to rob a bank, a vault at the end of below a building. And then uh, you have the security guy. Now the security guy is like it's like a DHS. He's like not so much a DHS, but he's like like, kind of national security kind of guy. Uh, he walks around, but he's really like a security guy. He's kind of lower level, but he checks people's temperatures. He checks to see that they, if they had the virus or not, and he kind of points it at their foreheads, which is weird because that's the same thing that happened basically. Yeah, sure, Saul, you can join in. Just click on the StreamYard link at the top. I'll pop it up for you to see. Just go all the way up to the top. You'll see the StreamYard link. Yeah, man, you can join. I forgot what his name is though. His name, I can't remember his name, but he's like the guy. He tests to see that you are you're not infected. Okay, and then you have also, and if you're infected, your temperature will drop because you'll die, right? You'll be a dead, living dead. Then you have let's see who else I missed out. Martin. Martin is the right hand guy of Tanaka, and he's the guy going in there to make sure that they do the job and do it right, right? Kind of like that's at least what it appears to be. Could you post the link again? Perhaps start letting me scroll fully to the top. All right, so let me. Sure, I could post the link again. That's not a problem. I don't know if I'll get flagged for it, but let's see. Okay, hold on a second. Then you have Mr. Tanaka. He's the guy. He's the guy that comes and speaks to Scott to propose this job for him. Okay, and so he proposes to Scott on what uh the opportunity that's presented to him, this heist. Okay, bring it into the building. Pick a shades. What's up, Pick a shades? Bringing you into the building, bro.
Yeah, the first thing I you this works.
Yes,
Okay.
you
Okay.
have a little delay. You have a little delay, and I'm hearing my voice also back there, but that's okay.
I know whether something was wrong with the Google Chrome web browser because the link didn't show up in the chat, and I had to look it up from my phone's YouTube app and watch and manually write the link onto the Chrome's search bar up there.
Oh, so it didn't show up in the chat at all.
No, on the phone it did, but not in the damn web browser.
Wow.
Also,
Wow. Okay, and I'll bring
work
in
in
another
progress
guest.
thumbnail.
Yeah, I'm bringing like another guest into there before I continue. That looks good, man. It looks good. All right. Introducing Saul Martin into the building.
Yes, sir.
Saul, what's up, man?
Greetings, gentlemen.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Nice to meet you, man.
All the way.
All
Hello,
the way
gentlemen.
international. Yeah. I like you. You enjoy some water. So what?
Yes, sir.
Let me ask
The
three
H2O
of you
stuff
gentlemen. All right. Let me ask you, gentlemen. Each of you, first of all, each of you have seen this movie. Each of you have seen Army of the Dead.
Just did.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Good. So it's fresh in your mind. Tell me,
Same.
what do you think about it? One, and two, what did you get from that movie that you thought was like, oh yeah, I like that. That's different.
Well, I'll let Pika go first.
Let's go with the I Am Legend kind of influences that there were, because the smart zombies, that was
very good comparison.
Kind of that thing, and not just I Am Legend, but also the Land of the Dead, because when Romero made that movie, it also had zombies that had evolved into being smarter, because they figured that they could walk.
Level then again, it raises it slightly more than the previous movies you just mentioned.
Yeah. What do you think, Saul?
I enjoyed that. I thought it was simply turn off your brain, sit back, and watch a fun zombie movie, and it served its purpose in my eyes. I wasn't expecting a Shakespearean drama. I wasn't expecting Oscar-worthy writing or anything, but it's really served its purpose as a zombie movie. And there was moments where I was just like, oh, and especially that scene where can we do spoilers or keep it to a minimum?
Okay. You guys want to do spoilers? Okay, this is what I'm gonna do. Ladies and gentlemen, hold on a second. let me put it down. I gotta write it in. What we'll do is we say this is spoilers time. We're gonna spoil the crap out of this movie. So that's what you guys want to do. I'm gonna give you it. Spoilers. Hold on 1 second. Boom. Right? Now we are going into spoiler territory, ladies and gentlemen. I know the movie says non-spoilers, but it's lied to you. Just like some of the characters in the movie lied to you. Yeah. So therefore, now that is up, now we can just talk. The embargo is over. Let's talk. So you guys are okay with spoiling the movie? So from here on in, ladies and gentlemen, at the point of 2 hours, 14 minutes, and 40 seconds, we're now going to spoil the fuck out of this movie. And let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy. All right, let's go, Scott. Saul.
Saul. What's your name, actually? Your real name? I know it's Christ.
My real name is Anson. Anson. As in Anderson. Anson. Mr. Anderson. Yes.
Nice to meet you. Pika.
Yes, man.
Do you mind if I ask you your real name?
Yeah, I'm gonna keep myself as Pika.
Okay, you keep it that way, my friend. My name is Saul. Just put it out there.
Okay.
All right.
Back to my point.
Yes.
That the bit that really kind of got me shook, that kind of raised the stakes and was just a little bit more intense than the rest of the drama in the movie, was the part when Zeus rips his unborn child out of his woman, which was really hardcore, and he raises and he's like, and that was just
everybody goes, everybody goes nuts, right?
Yeah, that is a scene that is gonna be talked about. It's gonna be mocked and laughed at, but it is going to be talked about.
You see,
Well,
the
actually,
thing
it's
about tsunamis.
scary. It's scary and it's funny at the same time because the zombies. You realize the zombies have emotion, and they're basically saying they have a revolution. This is a revolution
Is it,
beginning for them.
is zombies just the next evolutionary step in humans, and they're just waiting for the inevitable of the world just becoming zombies? Is that the next level in human evolution? Of what they're trying to
The
So it's
SCP
crazy.
Foundation believe that there's
What I
no
like about
evolution after that.
like physically
yeah,
can take bullets to the sternum and still come at you, and
but they could survive
like
weather. You literally seen
yes,
Skull and Bones and what's the name Coyote saying if it rains and they get hydrated enough, they come back. They come back.
I just imagine.
So
I don't
it's
see
not
them as
just
like
shoot.
walking around, but
It's
I see
not
them
just
as like
shoot them in the
moving at
head.
like a wear and stuff like.
Yeah, and then Zeus is so smart. He has a helmet plate. He had a helmet plate on
Yeah,
to stop the
that
bullets.
was
There's a lot of subtlety in that movie that will go over some people's heads, but I thought it was phenomenal. I really had a good time with it.
Yeah, I mean these zombies are hard to kill. They bombed the place. They bombed the entire of Las Vegas to death, and they still survived that. So you're telling me by A-bombing the whole place, Vanderhoff survived the A-bomb. Vanderhoff survived the A-bomb because he was inside of the vault. You remember
that
he got
actually,
locked in. Dieter
that,
locked him into the
that-
vault, so he
yeah,
survived
but
the
Some people
blast.
will probably
So
say
zombies can't. I believe the zombies could survive the blast too.
that's a good point.
maybe
With
not,
that said,
because we didn't
with that
see
said,
any zombies when he came out of the vault. But that also,
So
True.
what? Some of them might have been underground.
hmm,
You see, that's what I'm telling you. And look, the place wasn't completely leveled, right? When he
that
came out, it was leveled some, but not
that point is
completely.
almost
maybe there is under the debris
that point is
somewhere.
almost incidental to
And
the
then,
fact that
and
that
and
is
then that
almost
premature
it's an
zombie
interesting take.
baby. Remember, zombie babies are not human babies. So that premature zombie baby could become a zombie.
If
It's
it
freaky
grows
shit.
or not grows.
Because remember, this is the undead. This is not the dead. And its brain is not destroyed. They're almost indestructible when you think about it. You can basically look. They chopped off the queen's head, and her head was still operating.
yeah,
She's still alive.
but the body
this
wasn't.
just contributed to this just leveled up the zombies. The nuke did it, like
I'm telling
the way
you.
Doomsday just absorbs power, but he
Exactly.
he just evolves. Like that'd be a crazy
That's
concept.
what I'm
also.
saying. These zombies are almost indestructible, right? Because there was another place in the movie where you remember when what's her name, the Mexican guy's girlfriend, which was
Chambers.
Samantha Wynn.
Yeah.
She stabs a zombie through its head, right? Whap! The zombie falls down near to some plates, and then the zombie's hand pushes the plates down. The zombie's head is supposed to destroy the brain. It's not supposed to be able to do that. It did it.
Yeah, but
so I'm thinking.
died. But Ward turned. He got shot in the head, and that was it.
Right. He got shot in the head. But it seems as though over time they could recoup from that, depending on the damage to the brain. Like when she stabbed that zombie through the head, she fell down, right? The zombie was dead there, and her hand was on this like a cabinet or something with some plates. But then the zombie was able to push the plates down onto the ground.
I don't know if that was
zombies got attention
on the zombie.
That was intentional.
No, I think maybe
intentional.
It was a matter of time before the plates actually did fall, like due to just gravity. You know, I don't know if it was actually.
No, it wasn't on a slant. It was on a flat surface, and the zombie's hand slid the plates down. She pushed the plates down. That's what I say. I watched that, and then I watched the other thing where Coyote was talking about how because they didn't have no brain, it was just bones. Remember, it was just bones all around them, and they said these zombies could come back. Believe it or not, they could come back if it gets wet enough. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's bigger than you think, you know. And then the other thing is, I was asking myself this question. So you're telling me Coyote could so easily get into the place just by going through a container, right? The zombies can't break out of that. They can't get through that container. No, they
Yeah.
intentionally stayed in there. And she said that. She said, "Oh, you think that barricade's protecting us from the zombies? No. The zombies choose to be in there for a reason.
Interesting.
They're building up their army, they're building up their fortress in there.
Well, I buy
True
that.
breakout. When they break out, they break out.
Yeah,
That maybe was
they
their
could choose
purpose
when to break
to
out.
not
They
eat
could
them,
somehow observe the surrounding
just turn
areas and
And
plan
the
something.
fact
And whenever they get, if they were smart, but what if they were
they
getting
are.
smarter?
Yes.
Could have been waiting for the time for when they would become smart enough that they could leave and
Dominate the world. Yes.
have a foolproof plan in how to
Yes.
get out and win
Yes.
whatever
And the
oppression
fact that they
they
could
would
make
get.
children now. We know the zombies could make children, right?
red hot.
Yeah.
Because the queen zombie and Zeus had a child. That's why he kept on touching her, and he was touching her stomach all the time through the movie, right? And that baby, you saw him hold the baby up in the air. You know why he's holding the baby up in the air? That they're saying this is another advancement. He's not only sad because he is sad that she died, but he's also showing we have a future. This is going to be a revolution. We have a future. So it's like, and that's why I was laughing. It's funny but scary at the same time. And I thought this is hilarious how Zach kind of puts it together and has these zombies, which everybody thinks they're brain dead, they're stupid. It's kind of like, in the world you see people. It's a metaphor for people in the world who you think are zombies, but they're actually smarter than you think they are, right?
Yeah, that's
So
kind of similar to with the Near Replicant game.
yeah,
I
Yeah,
think with
because
Snyder's movies, there is a lot of surface area plot that are action and all that can keep the average popcorn
kind of like in
individual
Yokotaro video game.
entertained.
right,
But
right. But he's very
there is
subversive.
layers and
Yeah.
and if you choose to dissect it as a movie buff, then you'll have a field day.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. But he's literally making social commentary in this movie. Like he's straight up talking about us.
Especially at the start, and where it was a weird juxtaposition, and the way the universe in that movie kind of mirrors the state of affairs today in regards to all the temperature taking and all that stuff, and all the when they're in the infection camp treating people.
The phobia for illnesses, the viruses like the zombies, and you just a lot of phobias are in this movie.
Does
He didn't
life
even discuss
imitate
fear.
art, or does art imitate life? It's
Man,
a good
for real,
question.
for real. It's a deeper movie than people think, but Zach's a very subversive guy, so he likes to throw ideas inside of your head while you're having a good time.
He's a perfectionist. He's actually just like he's obsessed with his craft, and he made sure to meticulously craft his movies.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You see,
it's very intentional.
Nice.
It's supposed to be Zach.
Nice drawing.
This is supposed to be a thumbnail for when I eventually get a review video done for it.
Sweet.
Nice.
Basically,
Man, let me ask.
Basically, you can see it's supposed to be some kind of molehill or something that the characters are on. These are supposed to be zombie heads, and I need to draw some bodies or something that the heads. And
I see the zombie heads and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a bit of this.
Who's the guy in the corner?
That's supposed to be Zach. That's supposed to be Zach directing the scene, and that's me filming the scene.
Oh, that's you.
Yeah. That's basically you have seen. I made that in my previous videos when I reviewed Mortal Kombat, and I also drew a thumbnail like this, and I draw myself with a keyblade ready to fight with the heroic characters against Sub-Zero and Kano, and then there is in my Godzilla vs Kong video, I'm just standing right here like this in between Kong and Godzilla. If you haven't visited my channel, I have made movie reviews.
I'll check it out.
I also made a parody review on Near Replicant video game.
Replicant, I haven't seen that yet.
It's a video game.
So let me ask you guys this: what kind of movies do you guys like?
I try to sound funny in it, and tell that game story in a funny way.
I like movies that are layered and almost transcended the genre of just being a cheap film, like comfort food. Like majority of I don't want to use this comparison because it's kind of apples and oranges, but with the MCU, I consider like the MCU to be comfort food. It's not something like you watch it, you enjoy it, you had a good time, that's it. But I love movies by the likes of Kubrick and like stuff like directors on par like that. Have you ever heard of Stanley Kubrick or anything like that?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Odyssey,
Mm-hmm.
2001, I think it was.
Mm-hmm.
Space
It's
Odyssey.
classic.
Yeah. Stanley Kubrick also did. I think his last movie was with Tom Cruise
Wide
and
Shut.
Eyes Wide
Nicole
Shut. That's
Kidman.
right.
That's a
Yeah,
crazy
Nicole
one.
Yeah,
Kidman.
Also,
Eyes Wide Shut.
that's a crazy one.
Yeah, that was quite good. It was quite good. It's quite good. Yeah.
It's big,
Stanley
dark,
Kubrick.
and
Yeah, he's crazy.
nightmarish.
Crazy. He didn't do a lot of movies. He did, but everything he did was
13
top
movies.
quality.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
only 13.
He's one of. He reminds me in some shades of Snyder, and in the sense that he like his passion. You know, he meticulously crafts. And I lost my train of thought, but yeah.
No, he meticulously crafts his stories, man. And the thing about it is too, when he these guys, they're not just telling a story. There's truth to everything they're saying. So
Yeah,
there's a
yeah.
certain degree of truth and futurism and truth that they speak in their movies, which is why it's sci-fi-ish or
And they tap into a
spiritism.
certain. Yeah, exactly. They tap into a certain place of our emotions that are best
yeah.
acknowledged on visceral level, instead of like it's something you don't necessarily see them. You feel them, the movies, and the weight of the concepts they're dealing with, and that's kind of what keeps me coming
They make
back
it
to
real.
Kubrick and Snyder's. Exactly.
Well, then you definitely will like, if you've ever seen the Animatrix, I guess you like Andy and the Wachowski, at the time they were brothers when they did the Matrix. You would like that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
You probably would like also, I told you about Love, Death, and Robots.
Mm-hmm.
You will like that.
I haven't heard much about it, but I'm sure I'll definitely give it a look.
Oh yeah, you will like it because it's conceptual. Back to the spoilers. So we're going to spoil the fuck out of this movie, I tell you. So this is a question I got for you guys then, right? So we know that most of the people didn't survive going in, right? They came out, most of them died, right? But here's the thing.
Another thing that fucking shocked me.
Yeah, it did. Did you see how brutally that? Did you see how brutally that girlfriend got killed though? The zombie just cracked.
Yeah, she died pre-group with girlfriend.
That was messed up. Oh my god! Just turned the whole head back. I was like, oh my god.
Yeah, that was actually something
Snapped
that
her
I
head right back.
kind of had some. I don't know if that's a problem, I understand, but her reaction time was something that I was on. But I was at okay, you know they're coming. You should at least do something instead of just like bang. But before that, when we had Chambers die, she went down fighting, and that was actually
right.
something
Chambers.
that we had. She died. She died a badass death. But when it comes to the
for sure.
I need to the other who got her head turned off.
Yeah.
Why was her reaction time that's as slow?
Did you suspect? You know, women are not easy to read. But did you suspect she went on that thing just because she loved Scott? That was it? Because that was the major reason why she wasn't. She didn't come in for the money.
I definitely saw chemistry between them, in fairness, but the love confession did seem a little abrupt. But it's not something to dwell on, in my opinion.
It was maybe something that
was abrupt.
Well, they had 20 minutes before the bomb would have come. She maybe thought that, and they had to use those 20 minutes to do something. So she decided, if we're not gonna make it out of here, I'm gonna do it.
But I think she kind of knew, because it was a high point. They had just gotten the money, so he was celebrating the money with her, and then she started speaking now her heart. She let it out there. Right, which made sense. I mean, Scott didn't see it coming. We didn't see it coming. You know, because the same thing with the daughter. The daughter really said, "Because you just left me. You just left me hanging. Like, you know, and you just kind of went into yourself. He kind of fell into himself after he killed the mother, right? So
that's very cool.
So that's what she said was the problem. She was vexed. She was angry with him because he just kind of left her to herself instead of talking about it or whatever. So. Again, he seems as though he missed it. Maybe most of the guys might miss it. Maybe the ladies in there would be like, "Come on, man! Did you see that? She loves you, man. That's what she went in the beginning. Like, maybe they'd be like that. I'd be like, what? Okay, where did I
Yeah.
not see that? But I just thought it was I thought it was interesting that she did that, and then the zombie started coming through.
Yeah, that was
Because I think at
what
that
Snyder
point,
does.
because hey, did you guys like the Queen though? The Queen zombie was cool.
Yeah,
I like the
the
Queen.
Queen was probably my standout, to be honest. I loved her look, and I
I
loved
liked
her
her, man.
movements and her
And
screech
then
and her cackle.
yeah, and then she and then she negotiated with them. Like Coyote was like,
Yeah,
"No, you gotta
that was
get
that
him
was
somebody."
crazy. See, the thing about Snyder's movies overall is that you watch them, and once you let them digest, you realize how interesting and what is going on in the movies. Once you let the dust settle with them, and you rewatch clips and all this stuff, you're like, ah, you just
But
it gives you.
do you see how Coyote set up the guy? He's like, "Yeah, man, I like your gun stuff," and he's like, "Yeah."
Yeah, that
Shows
was basically
shows him the
something that
gun.
what?
Yeah,
Yeah. That was something that is this the right time and place for something like this? And
Right.
what is this going to be? That? And then
exactly,
okay.
exactly.
I knew she was setting him
You
up. I
see,
knew
but
she was
that fella's
setting him
just a
up, but I
bomb.
just wasn't sure how.
Hmm.
Because she just suddenly took an interest in him, and she picked him for that reason. She was like, "Yeah, okay, here's
Hmm.
some bait."
Yeah, but not
Hmm.
to mention that guy was introduced as a complete jerk. I remember
Yeah,
Well, he
watching
was.
are
yeah.
these characters supposed to be why do these kind of characters exist? And eventually it was brought up and reminded because these kind of characters are killed off, so we don't need to feel sorry for them.
Uh huh. Uh huh. Well,
But
good
I
point. But
thought though,
then
I thought
again,
he was going
it
to
was
flip.
satisfying
Like, you find it was satisfying?
just
For
because
me,
he was a real
yeah, he
asshole.
was
Like
an
he
asshole.
was
Yeah, kind
But
of
he
so.
like
came back though. He came back later on in the
Well, he
movie.
came back, but he also got his brain blown out the other side of his head. So kind of viewed into that.
didn't really much contribute because get turned, zombie out, and zombie.
Uh
Okay,
huh.
so who you guys think was the monster in this movie? Which was really the truly evil monster in this movie?
I think the movie was absurd. I don't think there's a right answer to that. It just comes down to a matter of
Okay,
opinion.
okay. So who do you think? That's why I asked your opinion. I'm gonna tell you
Hmm.
who I think, but let me hear who you
Hmm.
think was the monster in the movie.
Tanaka.
Was it Zeus, Martin, Tanaka, the
I'm gonna go with
government?
Tanaka
Tanaka, okay. Why do you think Tanaka?
because he basically sent them sent them as who knows how many as not the first team to go in to go in there and get the SCP-008 for them.
And when
SCP-008, for those
he
who don't
was,
understand, is basically the zombie plague in
The
the
Queen.
SCP
Yeah, the Queen.
mythology.
and
Yeah, the
also
Queen.
at the start of the movie when he's around his on his table discussing what the plan is, and then he gets a phone call and it says possible. That indicates that he already has done this many times and he's talked to
Yeah,
many
yeah.
people for this certain project in time also. So by
Yep.
Oh,
the
fuck.
phone number being possible, they're just
You know what would have
So
made
what?
that
So
even
what
more? You
incidental.
Vanderhoff
know what?
said?
You know what would have
So
made that
what
more
Vanderhoff said
impossible?
then? Do you think he can
If it was
manipulate time?
possible A or possible B or possible C or any kind of that he had, if he had multiple different candidates
Mhm.
for teams to send there, that
I
it
think he
would have
had the same
indicated
people.
how many of others he could have had gave us plan to send.
Mhm.
Like how in Batman in Justice League, we see the nightmare sequence and we hear that there's like
Mhm.
multiple times Batman might have done it. I think
Mhm.
this is some sort of analogy. Don't ask me how Tanaka does it, but he's able to manipulate either time or universes and get multiple people, the same people, but multiple variations of them to do the same thing over and over, which is what Van der Hoff said to Dieter. And
Mm.
like when he threw that in there, I was like,
Interesting.
and then you're seeing Zack Snyder showing the clothing of the dead people,
Mhm.
and it's the same clothing of the people who are alive.
Mm-hmm.
And it reminds me of, for those of you who haven't seen it, if you go and watch again this movie, Love, Death, and Robots, there is a episode in which a series of events happens in that episode where
Mm-hmm.
it's like weird. It's like a manipulation of time and place. So the same person is seeing themselves getting killed in another room across a building.
Mm.
And by the time the story ends, there's a version of that where they survive. But when they look across the building, they see themselves watching at
Interesting.
themselves.
That's
So
kind of like
I feel like
paradoxical.
there's
movie
something like that
Triangle.
going on. Yeah, I feel like there's something like that going on here.
Or the movie Triangle.
Definitely could be. And just the
Yeah.
fact that the movie alludes to it is saying something.
Yes. Because when you look at Tanaka at the end of the movie, he's like watching his phone to see if Martin would call in or somebody. And then you can see he's kind of disgusted. When the whole thing bombs up, he's like, and then we see, this is, so to me, it's
Destined
so
to
funny.
repeat the cycle.
That Vander Huff at the end of the movie, he's the guy that gets all the money. And he's going with all the bags.
And he's going to be the new
Freaking funny,
alpha.
man.
If this had been a Finnish
Next,
movie, he would have been like, no voi vittu.
You know what's so funny? He finds out he got infected in the window because he got everything. Then he's
he was
infected.
planning
He looks in the
also-
window. He's like, fuck.
He's going to use his charm to bang those broads
So
also on
ironic.
the airplane.
I'm telling you, he had the life. And he was like, man, this is so ironic.
Uh-huh. There's always a catch.
And then he finds out he's infected. It's so fucking funny, man. I was laughing straight through.
That was actually
there
the
was a-
final part where he was in the plane bathroom watching it. Oh shit! I've been bitten.
Yeah, you find him.
That is actually something that I have watched in other movies, and it was actually
Okay.
brought in, and it's also something like in Train to Busan with those zombies, that the incubation time for the infection.
That's what I'm saying. It varies.
Somewhere is how long does it take for you to actually turn? Because he was bitten long before the bomb went down. He managed
Right.
to climb out after the fallout had possibly passed
It's
out.
at least 4
And managed
hours.
to walk all
3 hours.
across the desert to where he found the car. Rent a
That's his
plane,
car.
and was
That was his
almost
setup.
ready to touch down to New Mexico. And just then was about to, he realized that he had been beaten
He
and
started
had not
losing his
turned
temperature.
yet.
Yeah.
How
Yeah.
the hell
Maybe-
does that?
Maybe the bike
Maybe
wasn't a
Why did
deep,
he
deep
turn
bike.
already?
Yeah.
And
Maybe
why
not the
Batista
deepest bike.
passed? Batista turned quickly because he was mortally wounded. Like he was
Yeah,
going
he
to die
bit
either
straight
way.
through him. He was going he bit straight through him. Yeah. Yeah. But
And if you look at
even
the bike,
then,
it
I
is
thought
a
Batista
murder bike,
took.
but that is a good point.
But Batista did take a little while to turn because in the beginning of the movie,
He
those
did.
guys turned rather quickly. But of course, they got bit
And
really
he
bad.
died
Eh?
on the spot too before he turned. You know,
Yeah.
they didn't
So maybe it was when
turn
after you
straight up
die.
while they're alive. Like
So
Van der-
so you have to die first before you turn.
could be a lot of it could just
Uh,
come down to plot convenience, but it's something I'm willing to overlook. But I'm sure there's a logical
Nah,
explanation.
Zach's
because
too
Zach
intent. Yeah,
likes to
Zach's too intentional
know
for that.
stone
Yeah.
unturned.
Yeah. So I feel like you might be right. You have to die first before you become a zombie. So when you
Could
die,
be.
you're wounded. So the more you get more wounded, like if multiple zombies were to bite you, or like how Zeus just ripped the guy's mouth out and then just bit him,
And
maybe
Van
that.
der only has a little nick on him. Like it wasn't. If you look at it, it doesn't look too deep.
Yeah, it wasn't a
even.
deep. It wasn't a deep bite. No.
So basically,
So maybe-
the deeper you get bitten, the faster you get, and the
Into your
And
bloodstream. Yeah.
more on the
Yeah.
surface, less on the surface it is, the more time you will eventually have.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And apparently
question.
it was it Zeus that bit him? Who bit him?
I didn't
That's
think
another
he
good
actually was. That's actually something that I don't recall him
'Cause
actually
it-
being bitten mostly. I think it was more like he was scratched more, like, but he did have bite
No,
marks
that's a
in his
teeth
hand,
mark.
but
That's bite.
it-
That's a
but-
bite mark.
But there's also been like, this kind of new kind of trope coming out in some other things that a scratch from a zombie can also get you infected.
Yeah, because it's an
But also-
infection, right? It's,
Also, did
Infection
you
of
guys see when Zeus was fighting him? What was it? Pan?
yeah.
Yeah. He was fighting. He got scratched like it. It always looked like his fingers went in the below his neck like this, and
Yeah.
fingers actually is sunk into there, and but
I
ultimately
gotta admit though,
it looked
Dieter was
like
a
that.
bad motherfucking asshole.
Oh,
They're right, but he got badass with Zeus. I couldn't believe it. He got
it was
super strong and
badass.
pushed Zeus out the way before he locked the
I
thing.
couldn't
I was
believe,
like,
I couldn't believe
God
that.
damn,
That
That
Dieter.
was
was one of those
basically something
moments.
that you could understand as I know I'm gonna die and I'm gonna go down
Yeah.
down fighting.
That was a great moment to pay
Yeah.
off the pirate.
He was prepared for whatever was gonna happen, and he was gonna use that was ultimate commitment. That was
Mm-hmm.
something
Yeah.
that's something that Zack Snyder has done very well. That people are as strong as they are can be. Most of them are not weak, but even if some character is weak, they are not pathetically weak.
Right.
And
Well, Dieter is so. You guys talk about Dieter a little bit, because to me, when Dieter's in his element, when he was opening that safe, Dieter was the boss.
Yeah,
that was
And Van
it
and
was
yeah.
Van
great to
Hoff was
see
like,
him
yeah, yeah,
That's
yeah,
try and
yeah.
have
that's
control of
Whatever
the
Dieter say,
situation.
whatever Dieter say.
Yeah, yeah.
He's like,
yeah.
right to Van Hoff. He was like, yeah, yeah, yeah.
That payoff
So
also,
funny.
I did not expect Dieter to. Usually, sometimes I can see what's going to happen, or a movie might become predictable, but I did not expect Dieter to save Vanderhaar. I was like, what? And I was going
No.
nuts. I was going nuts.
Yeah, Dieter, and he's taking on Zeus. Zeus is strong as
Yeah,
hell,
yeah.
and Dieter's
You
taking him
know he
on. I
got
was like,
ripped
God
like
damn.
hyenas, like he got ripped apart. Like wow,
That's crazy,
that was
man.
probably my favorite scene because the build up is that Dieter is the awkward one. He's the one. He's a fish out of the water. He's out of his
Right.
depth, and Van der Haar notices that, and he questions, and he's like, "Are you serious? You gonna bring this guy along?" And then he ends up
Their friendship
sacrificing
was
himself.
actually one of the many things that I
Yeah,
liked in the
That's
because it
funny as hell.
developed into
the movie. I didn't
from that
expect the movie to
distrust
have.
and not actually distrust but uncertainty and not being sure if he had what it took, and
Right.
ultimately it leaded to him being
Mhm,
saved by the guy he saw as the weakest
mhm.
link of the group. That
Yeah.
Most
development is
definitely.
something that is
I liked
it
the
was
back and
great.
forth between them two. That was great.
I like how Dieter broke up the Tanaka's narrating, and this is what you need to do, and so on. And then Dieter just breaks it up.
Yeah, you had to put in some PC political correctness bullshit in there, didn't you?
It's hilarious, man. And the movie
But
rolls
that's
on,
great.
right?
Yeah,
Seriously, no,
it was
this is what you
yeah
need to
that
do, and
was
then you
actually
go to the safe.
kind of funny that it had a
I
oh yeah
loved another
it had
thing
some
about the
actually that
movie.
was preaching, but that's good.
All right, we'll take it one at a
But the
time.
movie was
So
pretty
go
yeah.
ahead, Saul, and then we'll come back to
I
pick a shade.
loved I loved Van der Haar's introduction when he's just caressing the grandmother in the pool as if it's his job to kind of he's probably become a therapist or something like along those lines. I thought his introduction was great, and then just to show him tearing apart zombies. After all, he's a big hard bastard, but then his introduction is so fluffy.
It's funny, and also the advice he gives her is hilarious.
Yes.
You remember when he tells her about them?
That was that.
It's funny.
And unexpectedly, this movie had a great charm. Like I kind of
Oh
didn't
yeah,
go in with
lots of heart.
major expectations, but I found myself really being compelled by, especially the first half of the movie before they even got to Las Vegas. I was like, I liked the interactions and the dialogue, and I felt all that was pretty strong.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah, that
So pick a
that it
shade.
And
really
I
was.
felt other.
Okay, go ahead, Saul. Finish up.
I was just gonna finish my point by saying I saw a lot of people complaining about it takes too long to get to Las Vegas, and there's some slow points, but I really was quite compelled all through the movie.
I agree. I agree. I agree. It just pulls you along, sucks you along, and you're just going with it,
Hmm.
and like, oh, okay, what's next?
Hmm.
You know.
Hmm.
So,
It's
pick a
like a haunted
shades.
house.
You were saying pick a shades.
What was I saying?
Go ahead, pick a shades. We were saying about we're talking about the movie, and we're talking about what kind of drew you in with the movie, because just now Saul was talking about how the movie, it wasn't long. The people talking about how long the movie was and how long it took to get to the action. But what do you think about that? Do you think it was long? I mean, there's a lot of story
No,
to
the
me.
beginning wasn't exactly long, but it was. I understand it was necessary because you need to build commitment to these characters, and you need to develop them at least that bit. That when they die, they actually it actually matters. Not that much that they not build them up that much that they are characters that you don't want to die, but actually that when they die, that you actually give a shit when they die. That's something
Agreed.
And do you guys
that is
like
why
how
the
they
beginning
died
was
too?
as long as it was. That if
Right.
you want to complain about something like that, then you shouldn't complain about not feeling anything when characters end up dying, because
Right.
you chose not to pay attention to them, to how they were introduced, and why didn't I do that? Oh,
Exactly. You know, I liked really the helicopter pilot, Peters. Peters is like
Oh, she's good.
the helicopter's like shit, right? Nothing's working on the helicopter. And she's like, oh, don't worry, man. Yes, I'm waiting on you guys. I'm waiting on you guys. I'm waiting on you guys to come up here.
She
I'm
had a good
done. I'm
attitude.
eating lunch right now.
it was actually quite brilliant and happy accident that Peter's actor was actually changed during the production. That they had to switch the
Yeah.
original actor with the new
Uh-huh.
one and
Uh-huh.
filmed her part during the pandemic. It was kind of a like I said, a happy accident that most of her scenes were
Poetic
separated
justice.
from everyone else.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
for real. And
it was done really unseemly. I didn't really notice it, bar a couple of close shots that were a bit
mhm.
blurry, but most of it
Yeah, but
was.
probably because her face was kind of like a deep
CG.
fake, probably on the original
Yeah,
actor.
yeah,
Mhm.
exactly.
Much
You know what I
better than
liked about
Henry
these
Cavill's
characters?
mustache.
You know what I like about these characters?
Yeah,
You know,
you
people
said
talk
it,
about a
bro.
glorious death. I think most of the characters got a glorious death. That's what I liked about it.
Most
Dita
definitely.
went out in a blaze of glory, right?
Everyone
Peters
went
went
out
out in a blaze of glory. She crashed. I don't even know if
except
she's dead. Is she dead?
except
I'm not too sure if she's dead.
Kind of. Wasn't
Valentine's
she
victim.
shot first, like through shoulder or something else, and yeah,
Yeah.
and it took her last strength that she had, that she flew them up over the
So when she
wall.
crashed, you think she died on impact?
Basically,
Okay.
she wasn't that
Good
last
question, actually.
strength fly over the wall, and when they were over and pushed by the shock wave, that when they crashed, and okay, now I can die alone and die away.
You know what's weird too? Did the Indian lady that the girl came in to save? I forgot what her name is. I think she's dead, right?
Yeah, they're all just fucking burnt or zombie food. Like, come
Oh
on.
shit!
That
I
was
think
good.
she crashed in the crash. I think she died too. So,
Yeah.
but it's
My
crazy
goodness.
though. That was really
But it was
freaking
good
crazy.
that they had that toilet paper money, if that could have been used to help that her kids.
Yeah.
Yep,
Toilet paper
yep.
money.
You know what's cool though? You know what's cool? Watching the guy in the casino die. Cause he's dying with a smile on his face. He's watching all the money in the sky. He's like, "Man, I got the money. I'm dying
that was
rich."
great. He was
Dude's like,
perfect in that
dude's in the
mode.
moment. He's like smiling and stuff, even though he's getting bit by zombies and then he's smiling.
Yeah.
I was like, if I had to go out, I'd like to go out happy. Funny as hell.
That was great.
To me,
And
for me, the movie was funny for that reason. Like, even though these guys are dying, and I thought it was kind of sort of an upbeat to their deaths, except for the lady who got her head snapped back, and the guy who got chopped up into bits by the tiger, and the other guy who got just gang busted by the zombies, the security guy.
Rightfully so.
That's a horrible death, but
he was tortured mentally. Like, he was just like, "What's happening?" As he gets initiated into a zombie cult.
You know what's funny too? He wouldn't mess with Vanderhoff. He took up Vanderhoff's sword and he's like, yeah, man. And Vanderhoff walked through and said, "Don't you ever touch that and don't mess with her anymore." It's really funny.
Okay.
You know
What do you think?
Like I said before. Yeah?
I was going to say, well, I was expecting Zeus to kill, what's her name? Coyote on camera to see that.
Right.
But I kind of got, I was like, are they hinting that he turned her.
Exactly.
I was like,
That's
I was
right.
like,
That's what I thought
I was like,
too.
I was like, is the movie hinting that maybe she becomes
She's the new queen.
his bride? But
Yep,
it's kind of
I think
irrelevant
so.
because Zeus is dead. But that's kind of what I thought.
She could have been worthy. The coyote, she
Yeah,
could have been worthy.
yep.
Mm-hmm.
Because she knew a lot about them and
I
understood
love
them.
her character.
So,
She's a badass.
oh yeah, no doubt about it. I also
And
like how she turns on people, so you can't really predict,
yeah,
but yet she
yeah.
has her own moral fabric. I thought it was really
And
cool
you can
about her.
tell she's just tortured. She's sleeping with her gun when Gita comes in
Oh yeah,
to
oh
ask
yeah,
him to give her a hand, and she's like, just
Some
you can tell
characters
she's tortured.
that they need to have some, that they do something, but they are also haunted by something. Their character
Mm,
needs to go
mm,
like this,
yeah.
instead of
There's
uh-huh.
like a balance
being
missing.
just like this or just
Mhm,
like this.
mhm,
That there
Yeah,
mhm,
it needs the character if their strengths and weaknesses and
mhm.
things that hold move like this, then you have a character that is written well and is actually a character and not basically an actor reading lines
Of
that
course,
that
of
right,
course.
right.
That's what
Because I really enjoyed
elevates
Scott's
Snyder's
story.
movies, in my opinion.
Scott's story. Some people were saying the girl. I mean, I was a little bit annoyed that his daughter was kind of like, but you could
Yeah, yeah,
understand why the daughter was the way she was, because she had
yeah.
been neglected by him. You know what I mean? She had been
Of course,
abandoned by him. So you could
and
understand why she was trying her best to save, not abandon the Indian
exactly,
lady.
exactly,
You understand?
exactly.
You could actually understand why she was behaving the way she was. To me, it
Of
kind of reminds
course.
me of Lewis Lane and BVS when Superman and
Mhm.
the whole Trinity's fighting Doomsday, and then all of a sudden Lewis Lane is trapped underneath this thing, and Superman has to lead the fight, and
Yeah,
you're like, what
yeah.
the hell? Why, Lewis? Why are you dragging down the story? Right? That's the initial thoughts at first, and then afterwards you're
Of
like,
I
course,
okay,
analyzed
she's trying
why
to get the
Lois
stuff.
did what she did
and
in my video
unfortunately,
in my unbiased
people don't
review.
like to dissect. People don't like to
Right,
understand the movies. They'll immediately make up their minds, and they won't
right.
like it. They won't like to have to do the work.
That is exactly why I made 5 videos reviewing BBS.
Yeah, of
What's your
course,
opinion on
and
BBS?
we get it. Why Lewis
What
Lane? She was an
What?
integral piece because
I'll ask
what?
that.
Sorry. Go ahead.
I was
You
gonna,
were saying?
since we're bringing up the topic of Dawn of Justice, I was just gonna ask, what is your overall opinion on that particular divisive movie?
I
I have
love
made
that movie.
5 videos
I
talking
am
I
about
love
it.
the
obsessed with that
theatrical
movie.
cut. I love,
I
dude.
have made
I
five
still learning
videos
things to
talking
this
about it.
day.
Go watch my
Wow.
videos after we're
Wow.
To
done
this
here.
day,
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna have to
I,
check them out. I'm
dude. I've
obsessed
made
with
so
that
many videos.
movie.
I've made hundreds of videos on BBS.
Yeah.
Ask Picochet. I've
Beautiful.
made hundreds, but
Yeah.
Picochet really breaks it down nicely too. I love the theatrical cut,
Hmm.
but of course, I
Hmm.
love the Ultimate Edition. That's my favorite
Of
edition.
course.
But the theatrical cut, I was in the movie theater actually thinking it through and like piecing together
Yeah,
stuff. I
exactly.
loved it.
Exactly.
I love that.
Oh
I
man,
love active.
all all my friends are like, "What? You like Batman versus Superman?" I'm like, "Of course, man. Have you watched it with your
the
eyes? Have you
Superman.
seen
There's
it?"
no verses.
And
There's just
and
the.
of
Yes,
course, sorry, my mistake. I usually just call it Dawn of Justice, but yeah, but
that
that
should have been
movie
the title.
is the gift that keeps on
Yeah.
giving.
It should have been Man of Steel 2.
Boy, it's crazy. The rewatchability is nuts on that thing. It
Because it's
goes
still
all the way to
there.
the Civil Revolution and all that stuff. I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's one of the
Uh-huh.
craziest movies I've ever had to dissect.
Oh
Still
man,
breaking it down to this day. And then with with with
it's the
uh
gift that
with
keeps
the
on giving.
Snyder cut coming out, it adds so much more to it because now
There's that.
you could connect
There's that.
BVS and Snyder cut to it, and it's oh my god, this
My
is
favorite
crazy.
trilogy of all time is Snyder's Justice League trilogy.
You've
I'm
seen Snyder's
obsessed. I'm
Justice
just
League
obsessed.
trilogy?
I
You've
sure have,
seen
my
the
friend.
Snyder cut 2 and 3?
Dude,
You've
Oh,
seen
choose
the
your
my
Snyder cut two
bad,
and
my
three?
bad. I meant to say,
dude,
you know
choose
what I
your
mean.
words
Man of
better in the
Steel, Dawn of
future.
Justice, and Justice League.
Oh,
I consider that a
okay,
trilogy.
okay. Oh,
But
okay,
yeah, I
Misspoken
have actually seen the
your
unreleased movies.
choosing your words poorly like that is why I do scripts for my videos so that I can choose my words properly and not say something wrong.
because that's what they did. Warner Bros. Came up with the
You're
Justice
breaking up.
League trilogy, and I was like, "What? We're going to get
Yeah,
it? We're going to get it greenlit?" And then all of a
yeah,
sudden, I heard it was BVS, Man of Steel. I was like,
yeah.
because
Most
I'm
definitely.
nuts over that thing. I want to see the nightmare scenes and the
They
nightmare.
have
I
to.
have
They
to
have
see
to.
that. Got to see the
I just can't
deconstruction, then
see
back to the
how they could
construction.
just leave it open ended. Like it needs to
Oh no, no, no.
fulfill the arc.
Yes, I agree. I agree. And it will make billions of dollars if they do it.
And it already
Real,
is. The Snyder Cut is popping. Like I've got all my friends to
it
watch the Snyder Cut, and then
probably made I think it grossed $1 billion already streaming. I think close to that,
yeah,
close to $1 billion, because China
that's
really
what I'd like to hear.
boosted it big time.
I'd like to hear.
Well, good to hear that they're doing something good.
Mhm.
Not intentionally, apparently. But yeah, these people, man. But yeah, man, I love. If you guys talk about BVS, I love that movie. Actually, I have it right now, and I'll play it sometime later on today because I just love that movie. You know, and the Snyder Cut is wonderful. I love the Snyder Cut
Have you
too.
seen the remastered version?
The remastered BVS? No, you have it?
Yes, sir. I bought it on digital download for like a tenner.
Oh, is it available? Is it available?
Is it possible to exchange the version you have for the new version?
No.
I actually saw a lot of people saying that.
Oh, you can?
I heard
because you already have this version, and there's supposed to be this version that
the bigger, the wider screen.
It'd be fair to upgrade it just by that changing it. You won't end up with two different versions that are just in different aspect ratios.
That's a powerful movie.
But, man, there's so much I want to see in that movie. I want to see that movie. I want to see the Snyder Cut. I want to see the deleted scenes of Green Lantern. I want to see Justice is Gray. I haven't seen Justice is Gray yet. I don't have that copy.
Just take a Jared Leto.
I saw it. I saw that Justice is Gray. I had it in the background during one of your streams while I was writing back and forth with you.
Oh, I want to see that. I want to see it bad. Where I am, we don't have it available for us yet.
Yeah, it was on HBO Nordic.
Well, I have to wait till HBO Caribbean or HBO Latin America before I get to see that. It's not available here yet. I have to wait till like summer, June, which is not too long from now. So yeah, but yeah, back to what we're talking about. So let me find out something about you guys. What is you told me your taste in movies. Give me some examples of movies you like. And do you guys watch anything else on Netflix so far?
I've watched just like random flicks. I don't really have any rhyme or reason. My movie taste differs.
Good.
What do I have on my watch list?
I'm trying to see what's on
my watch list on Netflix. Give me something good to watch on Netflix since I have Netflix. What's something good to watch on Netflix?
Ooh.
If you want to watch some good noir, if you want to watch some noir, I already recommended you watch Sorjonen.
What's it called?
Sorjonen. It's a Nordic noir series.
It's on Netflix?
Yeah, I told you in a previous stream to you. There's it's a Nordic noir that's told in 3 seasons that have episodes have arcs. The first arc is 3 episodes, and then the second arc is 2 episodes, then again 2 episodes, and so on. It's like it's like a season of 5 different movies.
Okay, I like it.
Yeah,
I like it.
What was it called again?
I'm going to check it out.
Sorjonen.
Type it in the chat section so we can see.
Okay, hold on. I write it in the.
I watched probably a very good movie I watched recently is called The Lighthouse, and it's a very strange.
Yes, I know it.
Character study.
Yeah, that's with the. That's with those 2 actors. What's his name?
Yes, sir.
Defoe. The guy who was. Willem Dafoe and the guy who's playing Batman. Yes, Robert Pattinson. Yes. I really want to see that.
It should be among the Netflix originals.
That's Netflix originals?
Yeah, it should be among them. It's done by Yle.
Okay.
Locally here in Finland, it's a Yle production, and it says also in the credits that it's Yle production, but Netflix is showing it up as a Netflix original.
You have to give it a look.
I will check that out.
It's dubbed in English as well. It's originally spoken in Finnish, but it has an English dub also.
No problem. No problem. Once it has
Also,
the translation, so I
if
can
you
follow it.
yeah. Also, if you have watched, if you have anyone, if you have has played Alan Wake, you know that video game Alan Wake.
No,
Do you know?
but type it in.
Charles,
What's up?
do you know Alan Wake, the video game series game that came out in
Alan Wake?
Yeah.
It rings a bell.
Yeah, the guy who plays, who they modeled Alan Wake after, is in Sorjonen. He has a supporting role there.
I'm gonna have to give it a look. So it's Friday night. I've nothing to do. I might as well.
Yeah. I just want some good movies.
Yeah, I
want to
wrote the
watch
name in the
Netflix
chat.
movies.
You can watch it.
I see it. Sorjonen.
Yeah.
Sorjonen.
Yeah, it has an international name too, as Border Town, because it's
Border
set
Town,
in,
right?
Yeah, because it's set in Lappeenranta, which is in the border of Finland and Russia.
Oh,
Sweet.
nice. I will watch that. Yeah.
Earlier on in the stream, you were talking about movies that got to do with like time loops and
yes.
Yeah,
you were
for
talking about Love, Death and Robots, but one of my favorite time loop movies is a little movie called 12 Monkeys, and it's a very strong movie in my opinion.
I got to see that. 12 Monkeys.
Spooky as all hell. 12 Monkeys.
And you know Predestination.
No, actually, I've never seen that one.
Predestination. Yeah. That's another one.
Ethan Hawke.
Movie. Predestination. Is that what it's called, or?
Yeah, that's what it's called. It's based on a movie called All You Zombies.
Okay. Cool. Interesting. Predestination. I'll check that out. You guys have seen District 9? You guys saw District 9?
Yeah,
I know it's an alien flick though.
Yeah.
You haven't? You should check it out.
No, I haven't. Sweet.
You should check it out.
There's also a good movie called 30 Days of Night, and it's kind of a vampire movie, but it's
seen it.
Have you seen it?
Yeah. Yeah, I seen it.
Like
the first time watching it was great. Second time watching it was probably because I knew what was going to happen. It was kind of a.
You guys ever saw Castlevania?
I really like that movie.
Yeah,
you seen it on Netflix? It's pretty cool. Pretty cool.
Yeah, I saw it a couple of years ago when it came out.
Okay, cool.
What about The Lost Boys, another vampire classic?
The Last Boys. I don't know that one. Lost Boys. Okay.
Have you watched any Korean films or Korean series like The Kingdom?
I haven't watched anything in Netflix.
It's also Netflix. It's basically a Korean zombie drama, but it's set in during kind of Middle Age. It's basically Korea in the Middle Ages, and there are zombies. There are no assault rifles or no prior knowledge of zombies, and basically it's those middle age living Koreans who need to be there. It's also a political drama. The politics of the time, because that's Kingdom. That's something that you should watch also because of the time it is set in, and how the people in that time need to deal with those zombies.
Could you just type that down in the chat? Because I need to see all those movies.
Okay.
Those movies sound like good movies.
I'm writing it.
So you said The Lighthouse. You said something else, Saul, that I really was interested in. 12 Monkeys.
Yes, 12 it's crazy.
Monkeys. I want to see that. I want to see 12 Monkeys.
It's completely absurd. And anything by Stanley Kubrick. The Shining is probably my favorite Stanley Kubrick.
The Shining, yeah. The Shining was by Jack Nicholson. Yeah.
Okay, wrote it down in there.
I don't see it.
Sweet.
Oh, there it is. Kingdom, Korean Kingdom. Right. I'm gonna check that out. You know, are you guys gonna watch Tracy? J. Oliver's movie, animated
movie.
What's it called? Tracy. Trese.
Never heard of it.
No, you should check that out. No. It has a trailer on it. Tracy.
Okay.
It's a kind of occultic, spiritual kind of thing, but it's sick.
That's what I'm into.
Pretty cool.
That's what I'm into.
I mean, I'm not really that really, but I am a spiritual person.
Yeah.
But I like conceptual movies and stuff that, you know, there's some truth to what they're talking about. That's what I like. So, the Tracy is a Filipino sort of lore.
Nice.
In
What's your
set in
favorite
modern
genre?
times. My favorite genre? I'm a
Hmm.
eclectic kind of guy, so it's not there's no specific genre, but
You don't
there are
discriminate.
certain yeah, but there's specific criteria I look for in movies. So if it's a movie that something could translate into my life or better
Yeah.
understanding people, better so I try to really extrapolate the virtues or values from movies. That's what drew me to
Hmm.
Zack Snyder's movies actually. It wasn't the action, it was
Likewise.
the virtues, the stuff in it that I
Hmm.
liked. Because people say
It's
he's
the raw
style over
emotion.
substance. Right. It's some people say style over substance. I just never got that. I always saw substance in his
Me
stuff.
neither, because I always felt like
Okay, this is just
his.
bullshit.
What is that?
I've lost my train of thought.
This has Netflix in my here in my region, and what we is. We have
Hmm.
JoJo's Bizarre Adventure up to part 3, no part 4, but we have the spin-off for part 4. This is just
How could you have the
bullshit.
spin off for part four?
But
But you don't
yeah,
have any
spin-off
part
for
four.
part 4, but no part 4. This is
How's that
this is some
possible?
bullshit.
They deserve to be locked up.
So, any of you guys are, well, I know that Pick a Shades, he's a comic book fan. How about you? Are you a comic book fan, Saul, or are you more of
I'm
like
a
a
massive
cinephile?
comic book fan. If I were to show my
Oh,
collection, you would like it.
oh, let me see, let me
Okay.
Okay,
see,
in
let
that
me see.
case, bookmark my
Okay, let's see
Flashpoint
how we go
video
here.
essay. Bookmark my video Flashpoint video essay for future viewing.
Okay.
Not this, not this, not this.
Let me see this
So,
now.
are you specific to any particular comic book brand, or it's all comic books?
I don't know if you can see this perfect. There's Joker, by the way.
Woo! I love that.
We got some
Oh my
Batman, mostly
God!
Batman. Mostly Batman
Holy
and stuff.
smacking goalies!
Yes, sir.
Wow. Also, you're a massive Batman fan,
Batman
mostly.
mostly. That's where I started off.
My stuff is over there.
Nice.
Woo! Goddamn! You trying to outshine me, boy?
Gang, whoa! You got a good American accent too.
All day.
Wow! Look
Where
at
would you
that.
actually suspect I'm from?
You? You
Yeah.
speak with an accent that's from the South.
I'm Irish, man. Irish.
I know you're Irish. You speak with an Irish accent just now, but before that, you were speaking with an American accent. Clean.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Yes. From the
Shit.
South.
Man. I kind of put on the American accent when I'm being like
Oh.
funny.
Does
Ah.
does my
Very
Finnish
good.
accent sound like something any accent?
Sorry, say that
You
again?
sound,
Do I sound like I have an accent?
well, all
I'd
of
say
us
you're
sound like we have
Russian.
an accent. He
What?
sounds Slavic?
Yes.
You sound like somebody from Finland. You do. You
Joo, mä
sound
sanon
Finnish.
perkele suoraan, että Suomi perkele.
Is that supposed to be Spanish?
No, that was Finnish. I said
Oh,
perkele suoraan that it's
That's
Finnish. That I'm
Swedish.
Finnish. Yeah,
oh, Finnish. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love your accent,
yeah,
man.
yeah. I have
Yeah.
a I have also but I have when we got the announcement for the Injustice movie coming about that. That was the
Eh,
excuse I needed to make a video essay about Injustice. I have started to writing it. And there are parts where I need to say, mä sanon perkele suoraan in straight Finnish.
lovely.
Because if I need to make a point, then that's where I'm mostly using Finnish.
Nice. Nice. I
I
love it.
also used Finnish when I made my Wonder Woman 1984 review.
Yes, I
That
saw it. I saw it.
yeah,
That was
it
good.
needed subtitles for those parts.
That's cool, man. Hey, talking about that, people. Now, so what do you guys think about Zack Snyder said he loves he loves Marvel. Now, do you guys love the TV series of Marvel more than the movie series? Like, take for instance, The Punisher. Take for instance, the Blind crime fighter. Don't you? What do you think of those series on Netflix?
Daredevil.
Daredevil, yeah.
I'm,
Do you
I
think
I
that
watched
haven't
the
watched.
first
those?
season.
Do
I
you think
watched
it
the
was
first
good?
season of Punisher. Sorry. I felt it was pretty strong. It's just The
Right.
violence is major gratuitous, which is surprising for a Marvel
Right.
commodity.
Because the Marvel movies are nowhere near that, right? No. So,
Marvel
do you guys
they're
like
kind of
the?
fluffy.
Yeah, they're just too too careful. They're too careful with the movie.
Yeah, but they all have, most of those Netflix shows that Marvel have pulled out, they all had that same, almost like the same flaw in them. Like
Mm.
something with the audio. I remember I haven't watched them a couple of months for a couple of years, but when I watched Daredevil, for example, or Luke Cage or Jessica Jones, there was something with the audio that was made. Even when people were screaming or yelling, it sounded like the audio had been edited so that it was same
It
volume,
was
everything.
nerfed.
Even when they raised their voice, and some people, when they spoke normally, it sounded like people were whispering, and when they were yelling, they sounded like they were talking with a normal voice. That was something.
Oh, they probably
Why did they
redubbed.
do that?
I don't
Maybe
know.
they're like, the acting is too intense for our audience. Let's
Why
dumb it
wouldn't they
down.
do that though? Because look, Netflix is doing a lot of intense stuff. Amazon's doing a lot of intense stuff. They're not holding back anymore. When people need a curse, if there's nudity, if there's bloody violence, they just let it rip. And I think that's the way you can sometimes have to do it, so that when a movie is truly genuinely restrained or whatever, it's genuine. Because in real life, people don't just butcher each other up like that, right? So even if you want to have a real case scenario like that, no problem. But it feels organic, it feels genuine, not artificial. That's what I love certain Marvel movies. I liked Black
Same.
Panther. I liked Captain America: First Avenger. I loved the
Winter
first
Soldier
Iron
is
Man,
probably
right?
the darkest tone, like the most seriously toned Marvel movie,
Right.
and I respect it for that.
And that
It has a
was still
serious
Yeah,
dialed
it
tone.
back
had
some.
some
Yeah,
passive.
Almost
it's still
definitely
dialed back some.
still
Yeah,
has
but that was
quippy
also
jokes
had
and
some odd passive tone in it as well, because
yeah.
Winter Soldier is something weird, because I watched it on Netflix a couple of years ago, and I had
Mhm.
two friends watching it with me,
Mhm.
and we all three of us almost fell asleep with watching it.
The Winter Soldier, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what was intriguing though? The first part of the Winter Soldier was good. When he
Yeah.
dropped down on the ship,
Overall, I
and
enjoyed it.
even Black Widow, we were introduced to Black Widow, and she was
Yeah,
just
she was
kicking
great in
ass.
that. She was great.
Yeah, that was good. And then as the movie kept on going, you were like, oh, okay, all right,
I know.
cool. Not
Like,
really, but
I
whatever.
This show has a new season.
What show is that?
Be it the beginning. It's an
But for
anime.
me, the problem, I don't like movies that try to explain everything verbally. Like, you have two eyes. It's called audiovisual media. And I just
Of
believe
course.
that you can watch certain things and certain things don't have to be said. Like we
Of
were talking about
course.
Superman and Lewis, and Superman's like mansplaining to the little boy, his son, sorry,
Mhm.
not little boy, but his son. Hey,
Doing
you can't
what?
use your powers like that. You have to rein in your powers. And I'm like, dude, he knows that. He could see that, right? He watched you like for many years rein in your powers. That's not the problem. The problem is,
Mhm.
how does he not just control his powers, but how does he control himself so that he doesn't
Of
have to
course.
use his powers like that? So
Mhm.
how do you help him and guide him along his emotional pathway? Not tell him, well, you can't use your powers like that, son. It's kind of like Jupiter Legacy. If you guys have watched good
And
Jupiter Legacy at all,
Not
it
yet.
just,
I
I
haven't
can't
actually
relate to
watched it.
certain things. You did?
I haven't actually, but
No.
yeah,
Okay,
I
but you ain't
understand
missing
what
But
you're
anything.
saying.
actually, something that I have in the
Yeah, but
You're not
Superman
that's
and
missing
Lois
anything.
is something
no,
that
okay.
at the Superman and
Go
Lois.
for it.
When I have been doing weekly reviews on it, I don't, yeah, that I don't think you have watched, but in the first pilot episode review, when I brought up, is that Tyler Hoechlin's Superman is a at least 20-year veteran Superman. So
Absolutely.
basically, he has experience and the knowledge that Henry Cavill Superman didn't have in Man of
Of
Steel.
course.
It's
Sure,
like
Of
sure.
course.
it's like Henry Cavill Superman is a soldier who's fresh out of the boot camp, and Tyler Hoechlin Superman is basically
A veteran
a veteran
Of
of war.
general.
Yeah. Yeah, but still, some things in that Superman, Lewis, and he blocks his son's heat vision. Come on, God damn it.
That
Like
I
a
can
like a
that can be
That,
from my
it's not
perspective that
possible,
can be
bro.
like a
understood.
child lock on porn.
That's actually something
No,
that I
hell
can
no, you
understand.
can't
I didn't
block
bring it
heat
up.
vision.
You
You will get burned. You get
yes.
burned bad.
Hey, listen. Hear me out. Hear me out. In Superman Lois's case, the heat vision was coming from a Kryptonian human hybrid. So the heat vision was likely not as strong as a full-bred Kryptonian and like Zod's.
But do
It
you
wasn't
see
as
the
hot,
but the
so
but
Clark
the
could
visual
take it. And as
visual
a father, he knew that that for his son he needed to take it.
nah, I don't buy it because visually they're showing this big burst of Kryptonian heat coming out. You see what I'm saying? I don't buy it because it's coming out pretty strong. And that thing doesn't even ricochet. It's like his hands absorbing the heat vision or some shit like that. That makes no damn sense, man. Come on. And then we
Then it
all know
wasn't
in
as strong as when Zod used it.
oh, absolutely not. Assad was like it was like big, huge beams coming out his eyes, right?
Yeah, yeah,
But the point,
Zod was this,
yeah,
and Jordan was like this.
but I think it's also because the kid was trying to control it as well, so that he wouldn't reveal himself. But
Yeah,
still, I
meaning
still
that the
don't.
volume of the heat vision was not as strong, and that is why Clark
Yeah,
was able to do it. Not to mention older, stronger, and more experienced. He knows what he's doing. Henry Cavill's Superman
yeah,
in
but
Man of Steel was
how
still
could
a
you?
day one amateur.
Yeah, but so what I'm saying is, what is he doing? Is he absorbing the heat vision into his hand? Is he making his hands cold or something? Because that heat has to bounce off something, and it would go back in the boy's face or something. I mean, the physics of it doesn't make no damn sense. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. So if you're saying you're going to block the heat vision, either you're absorbing the heat vision, you have some sort of system where you could just absorb that heat and you're somehow manipulating your body temperature, or what? Because he has to absorb it. You can't be blocking it. Listen, if I'm shooting out any projectile out of my eyes and you block it, guess what it's going to do? It's going to bounce back in my face.
Then it
Okay,
was
this is
just
just common
learning to
sense.
heat, and Clark had a really
It doesn't
warm
make no
hand
sense,
in
man,
this.
bro. It don't make no sense. It just don't make
Yeah,
no sense.
I actually
Yeah, he
haven't
just
seen
absorbed it,
Superman
and he had a
Lois,
really
so I
warm
can't really
hand for
speak
me.
on it too
The
much.
only way is
But
if he
maybe
actually covers the kid's eyes like this. He didn't
Okay,
do that.
here's
He
my
put his
list.
hand in front of his eye. And
Uh,
remember, heat vision is damaging to
yeah,
Kryptonians.
yeah.
So if you're an Earth Kryptonian hybrid and you're shooting out heat, it's going to damage you back. You don't have nothing to, and you're going to be weaker too. So unless he's bursting the pupils of his eyes or something, I don't understand it. It doesn't make no sense to me. You know what I mean?
mm,
So
I
yeah,
can't really
I'll just
speak on the
say
subject.
that some things, so for me, I just not into it. So like Superman Lewis, I mean, there's people who like Superman. It's okay for a TV show. It's okay, but they got better TV shows than that now. You know, there's a lot of stuff that you could explain much more easily. I don't like when people cop out on things. I'm more of a realist. So that stuff just don't make no
Agreed.
sense to me. You
I
know,
haven't seen it.
it doesn't take nothing to think about it. It's like this is a no brainer. It's not like I'm not trying to think too much. It's not no heady thing. It's just common sense. Like, why are you explaining the obvious? Because the listeners are dumb and they don't understand. So we need to auditorily explain everything to them. No, you don't have to. They can observe. They have eyes. It's audiovisual medium. Not everything needs to
Mm-hmm.
be explained. That's what I like about Zach too. Zach is able to explain a lot more by just showing you it
He
than
respects his audience.
saying, yeah, than saying all this stuff. Blah 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 blah. Where it's necessary, he will speak. But there's other things. You have eyes. You have ears. You can hear. You can see.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know.
Okay, then let's go with the fact that for Superman and Lois, it worked because the script said it worked.
Yeah. Well, obviously,
And if
that was
you
more.
are a fan of the show, then that's probably enough for you to overlook
Oh
the
yeah,
question.
for
You know,
sure. Why
if you're
not?
a fan.
I mean, it's always about suspension of belief, how far you are willing to suspend it.
Yeah.
And it is a TV show. I don't know if it's a
Mm-hmm.
family TV show. It's trying to be a little bit more hardcore, which is good. pulling elements from Man of Steel, Smallville, and that's good. The new Batman movie that's coming out. To me, it's kind of like in the vein of Gotham. So how
Mm,
Gotham is made with all the intrigue and the twists and turns. I think this movie's kind of built off of that, just like how Man of Steel was built off of
I'm very
Smallville.
excited, to be honest.
Yeah, yeah.
Even
You
though
should be. It's
pick
Matt
I
Reeves,
pick
man.
Snyder's vision over Reeves any day. But yeah,
Well, I'm glad. I mean,
and also
guys, if you excited, I'm not as excited for it because I'm intrigued, though. I'm not as excited for it
yeah,
because of what happened
you
with
know
Ben
someone's
Affleck
cooking
and
burgers, but you know you got steak at home. So
exactly. Because I
But
really
yeah,
want to see
you
Ben
know,
Affleck's Batman. That was the one
you
I
know
wanted to
what?
see.
I did.
But
I took some
I'm intrigued.
look. You know,
I'm intrigued also.
speaking of
Oh yeah,
theaters, I visited my local theater's website sometime early this week,
yeah.
and you know how much how they are trying to compensate for the fact that they can't show people regular shows. They
Right.
have been compensating in my country. The thinking of change has been trying to compensate by giving people their own chosen showing times that they
Okay.
can pay and choose what movie they are willing they want to watch for the time they have borrowed. And you know what the price tag for that is? Guess
I
something.
don't
How
know
much?
how much.
55 quid.
230 euros.
What?
You might as well rent out the whole
You
cinema,
know they're
man.
cashing in on all the
Yeah, that's
fear
pretty
that's
much
running out
it, what
there.
it is. They're renting
Oh man.
the theater for certain theater rooms that for showings,
Hmm.
and the price is 230.
Yeah, come on.
How many
It's
per
basically
person or per room?
for room. It's
Okay,
probably
that's cool.
mostly that if you have a group, they all pull
Yeah,
in.
absolutely. That makes sense. I love that. I would reserve a whole room just for
Mhm.
10 people to go in
For,
and do their
for a
thing.
birthday party, maybe, or
Mm.
something
Oh
along
yeah,
those
hell yeah.
lines. Chip
Hell
in.
yeah.
What I
Yeah.
got from Pika's statement is that it's specific to one person, implying that they're fearful of the virus, so maybe they will get
Yeah.
one room to themselves.
Wow. That's some
Is
so
that what
that
you?
person got serious quid. Somebody
Yeah,
got a lot of money to do that. And there are people who could do that. There are people who could do that.
yeah.
But hey, I'm telling you, man, I haven't been to the cinema since December last year. So because the
Watch
cinemas are
Yeah.
Wonder
closed
Woman
where
in
I live,
theaters.
they're completely
The
closed down.
last movie I saw in the theaters was Sonic the Hedgehog.
Haven't seen it. Haven't seen it.
I went and saw Wonder
Was it
Woman
good?
84. I laughed
Yeah,
a
same.
lot, and not because it was good.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I, man,
But it had a decent story, and most of it was
bro.
okay.
For some reason,
Once you did
for
the
some reason,
action in that thing, it's hilarious.
yeah, yeah. But I think the action was intentional. Like it was intentionally campy, but that doesn't justify it. But I do
No,
think they
but
went out of their way.
she did something really really bad though. With the scene with
Yeah,
Wonder Woman running down that in the Middle Eastern place, the screen
yeah,
was
yeah.
moving at a different speed to her running. I was like, what the hell? That was like ridiculous.
I get you, bro. I
I was
get you.
like, good
Listen,
God, what is going on here?
there's a movie you can shit on if you really want, but in my case, I'm a hopeless romantic, and I went to see that with my sister when she's 12
Right.
years old, and we had a blast. I don't know what kind of mood I was in, but I felt like I had a good heart, and it was just I
No,
had my
I enjoyed the movie.
quarrels with her.
Okay, when I was in the cinema, I enjoyed it because I was laughing all the way through it.
Yeah,
But sometimes I'm laughing because I'm just so shocked at
yeah,
how it's just
yeah.
so
Of course,
funny how they
come
took
on.
it really,
That movie,
really.
you have to suspend your disbelief, like
Oh,
when you're
absolutely. And the
completely like,
opening credits were great. The opening credits were
yeah,
great.
yeah.
The Amazons always It was great.
I had a
And
blast in
then,
the theater watching the movie. I don't care.
but the
I had a
second
great
scene,
time.
I know I was laughing my head off. The
Yeah.
second
If I
scene
were
where
to
she
watch it
was
again,
inside of the
I'd watch it
mall.
with critical eyes. And I know
That
it
mall scene
rip it
was
apart for me.
hilarious. It was
I
good. It was
didn't
good. It
even
was
want
good.
to acknowledge it when I was to work when I made my
Well,
review.
my friend who was
That
in
scene
the
does not
theater with
exist to
me,
me.
he was mad, right? He was angry. He was like,
Yeah.
"Oh my god!" And I'm just laughing all the way through in the theater.
Uh-huh. It's one of
They
those. It's one of
really
those. And
they go
especially
gung ho on
what
that
doesn't
one.
sit right with me about that movie is how they completely just brush over the fact that Steve is now in another man's body. Like, and we're just supposed to accept that. And I'm just like, what?
Yeah. You know, when I made my review, I took some researching on the DC Wiki. They linked me to a trivia site and told that
Mhm.
the movie got a novelization, and in that novelization, they acknowledge how fucked up it is that in the novelization, Steve came back in his own body, but for some reason he materialized in that guy's apartment.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but think of Big. Think of Big.
fucking
There's a
wacky.
lot of questionable things that happen in Big too, because there's this little kid who's having a relationship with a grown woman, and you know what you call that?
Yes.
That's pedophilia, ladies and gentlemen.
Uh,
All right. So when you think about it, well, okay, it was because he became a grown adult, right? But he's a kid. So what the tropes that Patty Jenkins was just using a trope from that time that was common. So she decided to reuse the trope in dedication to that time period. That's all. So she's doing a lot of things that are really like she went down to the movie making was like what happened in the 80s. So that's
It's a
why it looks so
homage
funny.
to that old campy
Yep.
style of. It's
Yep.
just a love letter to her, probably her most likely her favorite movies, and
Yeah, her favorite movie
like
was Superman, the Richard Donner.
ah,
So it's a tribute to Richard Donner. But
the
I'm just
movie
saying, you
feels like
don't
it could have been made in
sacrifice,
the late 70s.
but you don't sacrifice your action scenes because you're trying to do a tribute to Richard Donner. That's where you need to keep it consistent. It's an action movie. And I think that's what that's what everybody's really critiquing the movie on. It's not really the
Yeah,
story. You can suspend your
agreed.
belief on the story. I think it's the action scenes.
Yeah, of course.
And I hope she doesn't make that mistake again, because that's just
I don't
don't
think
do
she
that
will.
again,
I think
Patty. Please don't do that again, Patty.
she's had her taste of the noble Wonder Woman. Now she's gonna go back to Warrior after this.
I mean, it doesn't matter to me what she does with Wonder Woman. Just make sure you get the action right, Patty. Just get the action right.
For whatever movie I was in,
Mm.
I felt like that movie was rather joyous and had a
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I like
kind of
this.
charm.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I don't know why. Like, I completely people shit on that movie. Like all round, it's 1s out of 10s, 3s out of 10. I was like,
There's so much cheese in the movie, though. It's a very cheesy
I
movie.
had to make
I
a
mean,
running gag for the love of the review I made.
it's a lot of cheese.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love the romantic part, though. I love the romantic part. It's a very romantic movie for real. I love how the again the philosophy of Steve is sort of something she carries again that makes her go to the next level in the movie. So when she lets him go, that's when she kind of elevates, but she's elevating, remembering what he's saying to her. So I thought that was kind of nice as well.
I like that moment when she finally learns how to fly, even though it makes no sense.
Right, Steve.
Did
canon.
Zack Snyder said something that he always believed that Wonder Woman can fly, but she prefers ground combat to aerial combat.
Yes. And I love the music that was playing in that scene. I was getting goosebumps, man.
You know what? My favorite part of the movie was the relationship between the father and the son. The son that's
that was a great part too.
That was very touching. It was very touching in the movie.
And when
Patty's
he
really good. She's a great director.
But there was no implication that there would be any consequences for coming from acts.
Yeah.
Not to mention, as I brought up in my review, there was a consequence. So that Jeff Johns could redeem himself from having turned Maxwell Lord into a villain back in the mid 2000s.
Okay. Well, what I do know though,
because the character was introduced in the late 80s during the Justice League International run, and then he spent over a decade, almost 2 decades, as a good supporting character for the Justice League International, and then just to have an ending twist in the Countdown to Infinite Crisis one shot, he turned Maxwell Lord into a villain when he killed Ted Kord's Blue Beetle. That's Jeff Johns wrote that. So and
Right.
as I say in my review, my assumption was that he wanted to redeem himself and he wanted to redeem the character by making him the most sympathetic version he could be.
Okay. What I do know is in this movie, Maxwell Lord he's not really the villain of the movie. The villain of the movie is the god of the wish stone, if you do remember. It's not
Duke of
really Maxwell
Deception.
Lord.
The
You know,
overarching
I didn't bring this up.
message
I didn't bring
Yes,
I didn't
it
bring
was a
this
very
up.
good message.
But the
is
wishing
actions have
stone,
consequences.
Oh, they do. And straight through it
What you
was like
saw.
that. Go ahead, pick a shades.
My
the
bad.
wishing stone. They said it in a passing line of dialogue that it had belonged to the Duke of Deception. Duke of
Yes.
Deception is a Wonder Woman villain from some comics that I have not. But I know of Wonder. I read it from
She was
Wikipedia and
supposed to meet
some
the
Wonder
Duke.
Woman and a big and a info website. But it was
Yeah.
a reference to a Wonder Woman villain from probably from the
Yes.
Silver and Bronze Age.
Yes, that's correct. And it was supposed to, what Wonder Woman was supposed to go up against was the God of Deception, the Duke of Deception. It was supposed to, but then they wanted to make it more grounded in humanity, so they left that out. But it was supposed to go there, you know? So it would have probably made more sense, but I suspect Patty had to do a lot of adjustments. And then again, it looked like she ran out of budget or something. They promised her something, and so she had to. It looked that way. No, seriously. And so that's probably why she didn't hire the certain stump team again and all those kinds of things. It is what it is. I mean, these directors are getting screwed over by Warner Brothers quite a lot. Still going, bro. Wow. Love. The truth is in the building. 31. What's up, brother? Yeah, truth is in the building, man. Yeah. So I feel like Patty got kind of short end of the stick, and then she got a short end of the stick with the HBO Max thing. I don't want to go into too much, but directors get screwed over by Warner Brothers too many times, man. They need to stop screwing their directors over. You know, these guys are really good. Patty. Yeah, and he's a great director.
They're trying to emulate Marvel.
How? Marvel don't do that, so they have their
Shazam.
own. Yeah, I know. You mean in terms of directorial style?
Yeah. In terms of.
I mean,
the tone.
Yeah, but Marvel don't treat their directors like that. They lay down what they're going to do. And Truth 31 says Army of the Dead was lit. Come on in, man. Let's talk a little bit. You can click up on top. Army of the Dead was bad, man. It was good. There's so much more to it. We haven't even talked everything about it, but that's all right. But yeah, they need to treat the directors right, man. Patty right now, she's doing some Star Wars flick, and you could see she's kind of disinterested in DC to some degree. I know she wants to come back. They're going to green light Wonder Woman 3, but man, Patty be like, dude, first of all, y'all didn't release my movie on time. And then on top of that, now, it bombs at the box office, which she did not want to happen. She's very excited. She's a theatrical director, big screen. And they put it on Netflix. They did the same thing to Christopher Nolan. They did the same thing to Denzel Washington with little things. How you screwing over your directors like that? Now we have, what's her name? She was the wife of the guy from Troy, whatever his name is. I can't remember.
Brad Pitt.
Brad Pitt's wife. What was it? Angela Jolie. Yeah, they screwed her over. Her movie's not doing that great in the box office. You know what I mean? They should be focusing on pushing these people's movies, man. She did Those Who Wish Me Dead.
Yeah.
Those Who Wish Me Dead's playing in the cinema right now. Not doing that great.
I'd love to see Snyder's Elseworld tale for Wonder Woman.
Wonder Woman?
You see the poster, and she's holding decapitated heads. It's just
I would like to see it, but just to understand what made her leave the island without Steve Trevor's interference.
Interesting.
Because
Steve,
the one thing that made Steve that guy for her is that she was the first man he ever met, and the reason why
she was the first man he ever met, or he was the first man she ever met.
Yeah,
because you said he was the first man she ever met. No, she said She
This
was
is
the
why
first man
I
he ever
write
met.
scripts and not just talk shit.
Okay, okay, just checking.
But
Yeah, the Little Mermaid thing.
but just to know that how that story structure is supposed to go with the beginning, middle, and end, and
Yeah, that's
as a
my
logical
problem.
story.
I love Wonder Woman. That's my favorite.
So,
That's one of my favorite DC movies because it's so
yeah.
emotionally. You know what? My favorite character in Wonder Woman is Robin Wright's the General Robin Wright. What's Robin Wright's character? Robin
Antiope.
Wright's character. Antiope.
Antiope.
That was my favorite character. They killed her off. I was like, God damn. I cried. I
And
cried
they
in the cinema. I
ruined
was
her
like, oh my
character in
God. How they
Injustice
get killed?
comics too.
Man, dude, she was the best character in that movie for me. You know, such a compassionate general, such a thoughtful, smart, knowing person. The way how she even raised Diana. Her mother was trying to raise her one
Yes.
way, but Antiope knew that it
Yes.
was expedient that she got trained. And so Antiope made sure, and then the mother went to mother found out. She was like, okay, if you're going to do that, make her the best warrior ever that ever
I
lived.
like her cameo in Justice League also when she's in the
Right.
old battle, which was nice to see.
Yeah. A great leader, great warrior, what I'm saying? She just leap off the horse and destroy the parademon. But it's like, man, them Amazons bad. I ain't not gonna lie. They're bad, man. They fight to the death. And you know what's
And then Wonder
interesting?
Woman, the baddest of the bad.
Samantha Wynn died in that movie too. And again, in grand style. She was the one underneath the horse that the horse crushed. Crushed her hip and stuff.
That was a great scene also. It was emotional. I love the lamentation.
She was also,
background music was gorgeous.
Man, that's crazy movie. But Samantha Wynn could really fight, boy. She could fight. God damn, she could fight.
Yeah.
She's sick. But yeah, I love Wonder Woman. That is one of my favorite movies of all times. We got another guest in the building. The truth is in the building, ladies and gentlemen.
The truth.
Hello, gentlemen. How are you?
Truth.
Yes, sir. What's up, the truth?
I'm good, man.
What's up, brother?
How you doing?
Oh, man, we good, man. We good. We just talking about movies here. But, started off with you. Let's hear you on Army of the Dead. You can talk. It's spoiler section, so you can say anything you want. Let me just put spoilers on there so everybody knows the spoilers again. We're spoiling the fuck out of this movie. Let's go, baby.
No, man, I really loved it, man. It was from start to finish. It was just like crazy. And to me, it's funny because Army of the Dead, this film felt like the best Suicide Squad movie that Warner Brothers could ever hope to make. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah,
like each and every character was established, and even though each character, Zack Snyder didn't go into depth with each and every character, I felt like he gave you just enough to establish who these people are, their background, and their just the way they either with their dialogue or their actions, you understand completely who these characters are. And
because from the opening bell, from the opening credits, as soon as they went to Las Vegas and we were introduced to, well, actually, we know now that all these zombies are really alien infection, right? It's some kind of alien infection from Area 51. Now, I don't know if this is a human that was infected with this alien virus, because you remember they were talking about something about
the first zombie that they were transporting had dog tags. So it was probably a soldier who had gotten infected.
Okay. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, we didn't really get any into depth of where how these zombies act and why they act the way they do. We get hints that maybe has to do with the Area 51 and aliens, but there's not really any clarification on why they act this way. Now, I think maybe that's because they're saving that for the sequel and for the backstory to really delve into that. But for this movie, I wish that we could have had just a little more clarification on why and how these zombies are able to do what they're able to do. Like that to me was a little fuzzy on it.
Maybe
I'm sure they'll expand in the sequel.
Yeah,
but
I think
with that said, I like how you can almost just use your own imagination and make up your own interpretations, especially because even in Dawn of the Dead, his original, there's no explanation. It's just it happens. It's somehow, and James Gunn also says that it was like a divine virus, like a sort of godly punishment, which is another interesting concept, but it's open-ended, so
Yeah,
What I find interesting too is where were they transporting this infected individual
Question.
to?
right.
Because
That's a
they
good
were going
question.
from Area 51 to where? So we
Yeah.
know
One
this is a
SCP
government
Foundation
thing.
site.
Huh? Say it
SCP
again?
Foundation site.
Well,
Possibly.
and the other thing is Tanaka, he was actually related to these military officials who wanted him to get a sample of those zombies. Why did they need a sample?
Yeah.
So I'm thinking that's why I said who's the real monster in this movie, because it seems as though the government knows that this infected thing happened in Vegas. It got out in the open, and probably to see how these infected individuals would respond in a real environment. That, in fact, this whole thing, though seemingly unintentional, was
Ooh.
providential to the powers that be. That this worked in their favor. You see what I'm
Possibly.
saying?
It's always the
Because
government.
these zombies are really smart. They're really, really
Yeah.
smart. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, and Tanaka has something to do with this. I want to know how far, who the real
MK Ultra
people are
victims
behind.
tortured.
Yeah. Especially Zeus, since he's the leader. He's Zeus and the Queen.
Because you
which
hear
are
them
the- which
say,
are the leaders.
if you're in the camp, right, and
Yeah.
the government takes you from the camp, what happens to you? See, everybody's talking about the zombies, but I'm saying, what happens to individuals who could just get lost in the system because you're supposedly infected? What happens to you? Are you an experiment? Do you go to MK Ultra? What's the deal with that?
Yeah.
So I'm just saying,
There's a lot
when
of
you look at
untapped
it,
potential
this
that
movie,
most likely
yeah.
we're gonna get answers.
Yeah.
D class.
So I'm just
or
saying,
D
this
class?
movie. Say that again.
D class personnel or D class personnel.
Right.
D stands for
Exactly.
disposable.
That's
Well,
correct.
And also,
That's correct.
I like the little Easter egg at the start where it's like the four horsemen are rolling out, and I love their code name. It's
Right.
the four horsemen,
Yeah.
implying
And then
the start of the apocalypse.
and then what is the head base called again? The head base is called what? The mothership.
Mhm.
Mm,
You know
So-
what I'm saying?
so-
What's up with that?
So it's
And
all,
also-
all these little clues that fucking Zack Snyder's
Of
leaving in the
course.
movie, which I love.
Of
I love
course.
that.
Of course. He's always, he's all subversive.
Oh yeah.
So
They also brought up that the towers' names were Sodom and Gomorrah, and that's obviously a
yeah.
biblical reference.
Mhm. I didn't even catch that. Wow. I gotta watch it.
I
again.
want to
Apocalypse,
expand
baby.
on that also.
So I feel it's biological
Interesting.
warfare they're experimenting with to see how these zombies respond. That's my thing. I think the real monsters are the government, the people who
Most
actually are making this whole thing happen. That's the truth.
Yeah.
The real monsters.
Basically,
Hand
Army
this
of the Dead.
orchestration.
It's like fucking
Yeah, and
Resident Evil.
Tanaka's just one of the people that kind of work for them as a
And he was
businessman.
reimbursed for his money. Obviously, he's a fucking big head if he's being
Yeah.
reimbursed 200 million.
Because the real
he doesn't
mission,
care about
the real
money.
mission wasn't to get money. It wasn't
Yeah.
about a heist. It was to get Martin in there so that he could
The blood.
retrieve the sample. Yeah, the sample.
And maybe the bonus was just for the money to come back safely.
And
What
he
was
was
it, the
going to give
goal or
that sample to the military, right? Do you remember the military officials you saw in the flashback? That
Yeah.
who was it? Who was talking about it? Was it Martin?
And,
I think
and
Martin
also
was
the
talking
military
about it.
officials that were
Chaos
with Tanaka at the
insurgency.
start.
Say it again.
And also
The
the military
case-
officials that were with Tanaka.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. They're the government. That's what I'm saying. Exactly.
There's foreign
And they're the
interests
same.
at hand.
Or the chaos insurgency.
Right.
Probably.
And all I'm saying is we saw military going one way, and the rest of the world obviously will want this technology, they will want this weapon. Because remember, he's seen as a weapon. Zeus is seen as a weapon, right? He was like a biological weapon that you
Yeah.
could use to take down a nation and make them subservient maybe to you, program them to follow you. You know?
They're just creatures of
Everybody's a
instinct.
zombie. Yeah, but they're kind of herd-like and programmable, right?
Yeah.
So I'm just thinking about that because when I think of shapeshifters in Love, Death, and Robots, they were hiring werewolves to do the mission and take out people. You understand what I'm saying? The military, the U.S. military, were hiring werewolves, but they look like humans. They keep the human form, and they got this super speed, they can move and all that. They could see, they have real heightened vision. They could see in the night, day, whatever, and that's
Yeah.
what they were using. You know what I'm saying? To take out their target. So I'm just saying I could see that being the case with the zombies in
Yeah.
Zack Snyder's Army of the Dead.
I must
And like
hope
we're laughing
that's
about
the
it, but it's
direction
deeper
they'll
than that.
go.
I think that's where he's going.
The zombies will be weaponized, but then at all classic tales, the classic Frankenstein tale is that your creation will turn on you, and eventually it'll just run
Absolutely.
amok and take over.
Yeah.
Exactly. Because right now, what they're not keeping track of, and Tanaka doesn't know anything about, is that the money was taken, and that what's his name, the black gentleman who was on the
Van
plane
Hoff.
and everything, Vanderhoff. Vanderhoff.
Van Hoff.
Right now,
Yeah,
he's
Vanderhoff.
infected. Vanderhoff is infected at the end of the
Great
movie.
ending,
To me, this is
and
so
that's how it
hilarious. The movie's
spreads nationwide.
I know. It's so funny. I don't know if he's gonna kill himself. I doubt it.
Slap in the face.
He like what's in the mirror, like, oh fuck.
If they're about to make a franchise, I'd love to see the end result is that the zombies just take over the world, and that's it. Like,
zombies just take over the world.
Scenario.
Yeah.
No,
for it to just end on that note. It's like there's no happy ending. It's just the zombies take over the earth, and it's just
Actually,
the next
it's a happy ending. I was rooting for the zombies at a certain point because I kind of like the zombies. I really do.
It made you sympathize with them, but then
Yeah,
again,
because they're the ones
they're
that are keep
zombies.
getting victimized. They're like the demons of the whole thing, and they're the ones quarantined. They're not free to go wherever they want to go. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, true, but they are vicious as fuck, and they'll eat anything.
Yeah, and they're fast.
Yeah, I mean, but you know what I like about them? They have a certain system. Like, for instance, if you give them something, they won't trouble you. You know what I'm saying?
Of course.
Well, at least for a while. So they gave the zombie the guard guy. They gave him, and they wasn't really messing with him for them for a minute. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, see.
Even the zombie tiger. I thought the zombie tiger was kind of reasonable. The zombie tiger wasn't attacking anybody per se.
Except for the end. That fucking zombie tiger, woof. When he bit that guy. It was
yeah, getting mauled by a tiger, that's
Yeah, but that's poetic justice
so
though.
brutal and realistic, like the way the tiger was playing with his food almost and throwing him around. It's just there's something very real about that scene.
Yeah.
I thought he got what he deserved though.
Oh
yeah.
Almost.
Of course. That
was Tom, right?
He was an asshole.
Yeah, he was an asshole.
Yeah, greedy assholes and jerks. They have a. Okay, this saying gets butchered in translation, so it's in Finnish. Ahnella ihmisillä on paskanen loppu.
Exactly. He caused the death of Samantha Wynn's character. He locked the door on her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then
I couldn't believe that.
And then he did it to Coyote too. He locked the grill, the grating.
Yeah.
So he could get away. He was going to kill the pilot and fly off in the plane, in the helicopter. But the zombie tiger, my good old Valentine, baby, equalize that playing field.
It's pretty funny because like this movie, it does have a very bleak ending. Like no one survives except for Batista's daughter. So this is like a very sad ending when you really think about it.
But you laugh, you root for them. You're like, first of all, because even the zombies die, right?
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, you're kind of laughing and rooting for these guys. Like how Peters goes out in a blaze of glory. Peters is a hoot. I mean, Peters is one of the funniest people on this story. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But you're like, you know what? Peters didn't give a fuck anyway. You know what I mean? Peters didn't care.
That ending also
Peters like,
was a tiger somewhere here.
Yeah, you can put a zombie tiger up in there.
Yeah, somewhere. And Zeus somewhere in the other side, like the tiger here and the Zeus coming somewhere over here.
Yeah, Zeus was bad, man. Zeus was a badass.
Oh, he was awesome.
Yeah,
he was a bad boy.
That's Dave. That should be.
And you know what I like about Zeus too? Zeus was smart. He knows they're going for the head somehow, some way, probably from experience. So he had his own protective
Zeus
shell
was
right
the
there.
first zombie. He was SCP-008-A.
That's right.
The first one.
I do believe that
he likely remembered his past life prior to the infection, and he should have had probably done that. And if he was the patient zero, the infection was kind of like with him, and that's what the zombies were as smart as they were in this case.
Well, all I do know is Zeus seemed to be getting smarter and smarter, and it seemed also that the zombies were getting smarter and smarter, which I thought was really weird.
Yeah.
Like
Also, his
they had
hair
a
grows too.
game
constantly
plan.
To me, I was like, what?
Yeah, they were evolving. That's why I said this is some kind of virus, whatever
Yeah.
virus they got, that doesn't just make the host, depending on how diluted it is, doesn't just make the host walk around like a brain dead thing. There's some of them, I guess they're downstream ones that got bitten, that walk around like that. But
Yeah. And
the
then they
ones
can have
that, like,
sex apparently because the zombie
well,
queen was pregnant. I was like,
not
wait,
only
what?
that, they seem to show love. They love each
Yeah.
other, and they got
Right.
Fucking
family and stuff. And it
Finds
looks
a
like they're
way
even forming a
somehow.
zombie revolution.
Yeah.
You know, when he took the fetus out of the thing of
Unlife.
the queen,
Not life.
I was like,
Undead
"Rah!"
life.
And all the zombies went "Rah!" with him.
Crazy.
I was like, what the hell?
Oh, what's going
That
on?
was bananas.
I was laughing and still scared at the same time. I was laughing and afraid.
I was
So
shocked. I
hilarious.
was like, whoa.
I was like, what is happening? What is going on? But I loved it though. Again, it's something new and refreshing for the zombie genre.
Yeah,
Exactly,
they could actually have children.
Okay, some outlines for Zeus.
Okay, cool.
I'll add the proper details at some point. This is
Sweet.
just
Yeah,
That's
that looks
That's
good,
looking
man.
good.
Yeah,
That's pretty cool.
Nice.
it looks good.
Yeah. And were you surprised by Batista dying at the end? I was shocked. I was like, oh shit, they
Yeah,
killed
I was
Batista?
pretty-
That's crazy.
the moment he
shocked
had,
at the kill count of this
and-
movie.
After he got bitten, I wasn't shocked.
not to mention all the wounds like bones snapping out of his hand and everything else. That was it was bound to happen because he was wounded so badly that
Yeah.
even if he would have survived, the wounds were so bad that just surviving and getting put back together would have been a saatanallinen työmaa. And that would just to get back into a functional character for a sequel would have been unlikely. So
What I liked about it is how
turn and let him out of his misery. He did his part.
Like the movie had balls to kill off Batista. Like
Yeah.
most companies would be looking
I
at
loved it.
Batista as someone that could bring in big bucks, like as a name associated with the franchise, but they just completely neck him off first movie.
I liked it though. I liked it, and
Yeah.
even like when he
movie has
changed
balls.
from normal Batista to the thing, and it's like
That's true.
deja vu because he had to kill the wife, and now his daughter
Mhm.
had to kill him. The deja vu of the story. I thought it was really beautiful.
It goes back around.
And the fact that and the fact that he died with peace, because like I said before, what a lot of people probably missed in this movie is Zack Snyder's emphasizing on moments. Like we should value moments. We're all finite. We're all going to die. So let's focus on the moments, the relational moments with one another. And I thought that was deep because you feel satisfied that even though he's dying, he made peace with his daughter. You'll feel satisfied with the other guy because even though he's died and he's being eaten up by zombies, he's watching at the money like, man, I'm in paradise. I made the money. You know what I'm saying? They go out in the moment. They go out in peace. You know what I'm saying? And it's that thing about that's what makes the story so refreshing because even though almost everybody dies in this movie, even Vanderhoff. When he says "fuck" at the end, because he's getting everything, but then he realizes it's gonna be a zombie. He's like, "Fuck!" it's still hilarious. You get what I'm saying?
And then suspicious
It's ironic but hilarious. You know, and to me, I think Zach, because his daughter died, Autumn, I think I could see him taking this take on it, this fresh take on it, because he's, she's dead and she's gone, but he remembers the moments. You get what I'm saying? Those are the moments make life what it is.
Yeah.
Life is great because of the moments we have together. It's not, we live for those moments, right? So I think that's what he was stressing in the movie. I thought it was really great because I was glad that all the crackers kind of died off to some degree because that's what made the movie
Snyder's
great.
Movies inspire philosophic thought, like
all
you
the
come
time.
across knowing you just not watched a comfort food average movie. It's a layered plot and has something to say. Always.
Because I'm pretty sure if this was done in Warner Brothers, and that's probably why they rejected, they're like, nah, man, that's too depressing a movie. Everybody dies in that movie.
In production hell for how long?
You can't kill off Batista. That's
or in production at least.
Exactly.
Come
you know,
how long was the movie in production? Because I remember
10 years.
Many years after.
More than that. I remember even prior
to
Man of Steel coming out, that Zack Snyder had been coming up about doing a zombie movie, and
Yeah.
then that version would have included zombies raping women and those women having
Yeah.
zombie
children?
baby hybrids.
Oh, cool.
That's,
Yeah.
that is
Intense,
crazy.
but it's cool.
Yeah,
I would
that's crazy.
I would love it.
Y'all, have you guys
Reminds me
ever
of-
seen
What
Dracula?
about
Y'all have ever
that
seen the movie
vibe?
Dracula? Y'all have seen the movie
Bram Stoker?
Dracula,
Which
right?
one?
Bram Stoker's Dracula. That's right.
Yes,
You
sir.
have?
Is that the 90s
Right.
one?
Okay. The werewolf raped the woman. Remember that?
Yeah, which
So
was fucking crazy.
so like right. Okay, but it's a great movie though. So I'm just saying.
classic.
I don't know what,
Music.
like, Warner Brothers thinks they're Disney or something. Oh my God, that's kitties. What kitty's supposed to be
Warner
seeing a
Brothers.
zombie movie for starters? Okay? Come on, man. Let it go. And Zack Snyder was supposed to have some guy with
Of course.
a bitten off penis or something on in this movie. So like,
Right.
so look. I've seen in the animation series I was talking about, which is what did I tell you guys it was? Love, Death, and Robots. I'm just popping it up.
Yeah.
Again, promoing Love, Death, and Robots.
Yeah.
They're naked people
Okay.
in the movie. There's people getting like fucking smashed. Their head is smashed into pieces. Like it's
Yeah, it's easy to
indistinguishable,
do
right?
in animation.
Red Hot.
Right. But the point is that this stuff is very, very, very graphic, right? I mean, really graphic. So what? It's something where if you're a mature enough person, you know to look past that and understand why they're being so visceral and why they're being so raw. That's it. I mean, and Zack Snyder dialed it.
Sequel.
His movie was actually, this is the lightest horror movie I've ever seen, besides Chucky and some other horror movies. This is actually a very light levity. It's kind of hilarious. It's a funny horror movie. It's not
Yeah, kind of.
It's self-aware.
It's heavy. It's very self-aware in that it has, these funny little bits in it. And you know what is the thing? I try to explain to people, Naked Gun 2.5. If you guys ever seen that, you guys should watch it because the music is very intense. Yeah, the music is very intense.
As a child.
The music is not funny at all. The music's keeping solemn and everything. But the action and stuff is just hilarious. It's just ridiculous,
Yeah.
And that's how I feel about this movie. This movie's, the music's very serious, right? So you keep keeping that serious tone. But the things going down in that movie are hilarious. Like when the guy's singing, Viva Las Vegas, and then he says, watch out, Elvis.
That was a genius.
That's hilarious.
But they must have figured out something like this. They made that they filmed it and then they composed the songs and covers afterwards, and then for that reason they decided that let's edit and put this here. And
man, it was funny.
Seeing like
and you know what's so funny about the whole thing too? Because you said the movie was self-aware. It was self-aware, but the people in the movie. How do I put it? Anyway, but you know what's one of the funny things in the movie as well? I saw. I don't know if you guys saw it. Was when what is it? What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I forgot my thought. Wow, amazing!
It'll come back.
It'll come back to me sometime. I can't remember what it was. I am not self-aware anymore.
Yeah, I love all the
I love
tones,
that.
and it's perfectly balanced. It has comedy, it has humor, it has horror, but none of it feels forced, which I like. Like the humor feels organic, it feels natural. It doesn't have that corny shit to it. It just it flows perfectly well within the story, which I love.
Exactly.
Yeah,
and it's something to do with the singer that was singing the song. Oh, my thought that went through my mind was the guy singing "Viva Las Vegas," right? And I'm thinking, suppose he turns into a zombie, or maybe he is a zombie singing the song. Suppose it's a zombie singing "Viva Las Vegas." That's why he says, "Watch out, Elvis," because he sees a zombie as Elvis. Maybe that's it. I don't know, because I heard the Queen. Wasn't the Queen speaking some kind of language? She started talking. She said something. You remember? Did you guys hear that when she was talking? She said something. I can't remember what it was.
The zombie queen?
They had
the zombie queen. She actually said something.
You know what? I have been playing the Nier Replicant remake that came out in the end of April, and in that game it has this that you play the game through once, then you start the New Game Plus, but the New Game Plus starts at a certain point of the game, and then it adds some new layers and behind the scenes stuff that didn't happen. Most likely, it adds subtitles to what the enemies are talking. Like if the first time you played the game through and you fought all the enemies, you just saw them as the regular enemies that you fight against. But now
Right.
they have dialogue and all the voices that they were and all of those voices
So
they
they're
were
talking?
making. It was actually talking. They were saying stuff that actually points the main playable character in the game as an accidental villain.
Right.
And basically you are the hero of your own story, but your actions cause you to become an accidental villain.
Wow.
Very true.
That's crazy.
Harvey Dent's
And
Yeah,
you know,
near
Crazy.
replicant.
Do
If
you
you haven't
guys-
played it, that's basically something that
so
Yoko
don't you
Taro
guys
is-
think though? Don't you guys think though Zeus was the hero of this film as well? You could see things from his point of view, like when he was telling the security guard guy to shut up. You remember that when the guy was starting to talk and he was like, "Oh my god!" and Zeus went, "Oh." You remember that? You remember that moment? Because they obviously could communicate, right? The zombies actually talk, right? So I'm just saying, like,
Yeah.
Zeus was like the Fidel Castro of zombies.
Yeah.
He was like the what's the guy's name from South America that everybody talks
Yeah.
about? I forgot what his name.
Castro.
You know-
It was Castro.
Okay.
With Fidel Castro, he's Cuba,
El Chapo.
but then there's a guy from
Oh,
Latin
my
America,
bad.
South America.
El Chapo,
Everybody talks. Guerrero, is it Guerrero?
Che Guevara.
Oh,
Che Guevara. He's the Che Guevara of zombies, man. You know what I'm saying? He's a revolutionary leader. So all the zombies was like, "Ah!" Zeus was like, "Ah!"
But
Zeus-
real quick,
Zeus
guys,
has no-
I have to head out real quick. But thank you guys for having me on. This was awesome.
Enjoy
Yes,
yourself,
Nice meeting
sir.
you guys.
Yes, sir. We want to
But
be on your
watch Over the
program
Dead
too.
tonight.
All the best.
Shout out to the Truth channel.
See you
You
later,
guys need to
Truth.
check out the Truth channel as well. He's really good. Yeah, man. To Truth.
I'm
Thank you for
subscribed.
coming
I did
through,
listen to
man.
his podcast.
Oh
Thank you
yeah,
guys. You guys
absolutely.
are awesome.
You too.
Have a
You
great
too.
night, guys.
My friend.
Yes, you too. Yeah, man. So yeah, you know the Che Guevara, man. The dude's charismatic. The dude leads on a horse, a zombie horse that he probably bit somewhere in Las Vegas. You know what I'm saying? His own
Like,
personal steed.
Zeus is just embracing his nature. He's a zombie man, but it looks as though he has a fair. He gives everyone a fair shake. They seem to have a hierarchy
exactly.
and a system. So, and they show respect to humans also. You know, in order for
Yeah.
a sacrifice. So, it seems they're
I thought so.
fair to a certain extent.
Yeah,
I think he could be.
treat the others as you wish to be treated yourself. Kind of something
Yeah.
like that respect.
And even if you look
Exactly,
at Zeus when he was walking through Las Vegas, he wasn't attacking everybody. While the mayhem was
Where-
going on, he walked right down to see Zeus Apollo, right? The Zeus
Opposite
statue.
the human
And
side,
he was
they're just
watching at it.
divided. They're just divided completely.
Even in the squad that went down there, they were like turning on each other on the drop of a dime. You know what I mean? And you didn't see that with Zeus. You didn't see that with him at all, and his followers. What I thought was really cool.
Mm.
You know, I really like the zombies. I told you I like the zombie queen.
Yeah,
She was
definitely.
cool.
The
And her-
queen
and her
was the
lieutenant.
standout, to be honest, in my opinion.
Yeah,
Even though
the
Zeus was
queen
the best.
and then they go and this wicked guy called Martin beheads her. Like my gosh.
I know. Evil.
Oh man, he's
Have you ever
the
seen
evil
Return of the
guy.
Living Dead? Zombies
I'm
can
telling
talk
you,
and that too.
Oh, they can talk in the Living Dead?
Return
They
of the
actually
Living
talk?
Dead.
Oh, I need to check that out.
Yeah. That's
Yes.
it. Why do
Crazy
you kill
zombie
people?
classic.
Not people. Rage.
But I like how these zombies
That's it. That's
so
it.
they actually talk?
Yeah,
Yes,
in that movie
literally.
they actually talk.
It's so well done.
Oh man.
Yeah, Tom Savini is
Batshit crazy.
and all those practical effects they used in those movies. That's
They used a lot of practical effects in this movie as well, which I really was impressed with.
yeah, but those
practical effects
makeups
for the
and the props that they used in those movies,
Yeah.
they were really chilling
Gems.
and
yeah.
horrible and if you saw
Horrifying.
that movie as a younger teenager or pre-teenager, that is
Right.
gonna give that it was one of those horror movies that give you nightmares.
Oh yeah, you ain't going to bed to sleep immediately. You're like, I don't know, boy. I don't
Gentlemen,
know. Yes,
I'm
sir.
gonna kick it. It was great to
Okay.
meet you and great to talk to you.
Great to talk
Great
to you too,
insight.
man.
Hey, remember to check my YouTube and my BBS
Yes,
reviews.
sir. I will.
And where
I
can
will
we
do, my
find
friend.
you,
I'm
Saul?
gonna
Do
check
you have
my
a channel? Do you have a channel?
I have a couple of songs uploaded on my channel. I might
Oh,
start
cool.
uploading more frequently though.
Yeah.
What is the name of your channel?
Just Saw Martin. You can click
Saul,
on
man.
Okay.
click onto it from the stream, anyways.
Okay.
All the best, my
Okay.
friends.
Looking.
You
Keep your
too.
spirits strong. All the
Yes,
best.
sir. And
Good
restore
to
the
meet you, lads.
Snyderverse.
Cool.
Yes,
Restore the
sir.
Snyderverse. Amen.
Yeah, man. So what we just talked about, we just discussed the movie. We spoiled it quite a lot. So guys, let me just move that spoilers thing back on there. We spoiled the movie quite a lot. So hopefully you guys, just in case, I'll put the time where there's spoilers. I'll actually put it in the comment section. But as of now, I hope everybody has a great day. Pick a Shades, anything else you want to tell people? Because I know you've been talking about storylines and background and stuff with these different movies. And I do like this suggestion about these set of films right here, these set of movies. Sojournen and also Kingdom, right? And
Yeah, those
then
are
12
the
Monkeys.
series.
And then 12 Monkeys, I got to check out 12 Monkeys. So that's dope. Um, yeah, so there's a lot more we could talk about with Army of the Dead. We're talking spoilers, but it's up to you guys if you want to talk a little bit more about spoilers. What do you think about this part too? You know, we talked about Van Hoff. There's one character we didn't talk much about in this whole entire movie. Um, the character that left the team from the inception. He came with the Mexican guy and Saranta Ren, and he left. He was like, "Hell no, this is a suicide mission. Y'all going up into Las Vegas." Remember that? Do you remember that in the beginning of the movie?
Yeah,
So
that was
hilarious. That's so. Before they can even leave, somebody left. Like, hell no, that's a suicide mission. Right. So, what did you guys think about the guy who left? Do you think he was smart in doing so? And why did he even come?
was he? Well, he came with the
Was he the
invoice.
cameraman or something? Who was coming with
Maybe he was a cameraman or something. Like the guy, he was with the. Mikä vittu se tyypin nimi oli?
And the other thing I got is, what the hell was this dude shooting? Because you remember he was shooting zombies, the same Mexican guy who was on YouTube. He was shooting all these zombies and they were shooting it, right? And they're saying, and they were like, where was that? Is that downtown LA? Was that inside
Somewhere
Las
in
Vegas?
the outskirts of Vegas, probably. Really close to the wall, I assume.
Okay. So you think he was inside of the Vegas area that they were not supposed to be in, and he was shooting the scenes, but he was close to the exit.
And somewhere really close to the border. Like if
to the exit.
This is where this is where the border is, and he was somewhere in like here over here, and everything stuff that happened was somewhere over there.
Why do you think the zombies didn't bother to leave Las Vegas?
Where
because
would they
go?
They could have had maybe they hadn't chosen where to move from there.
Okay.
It's something like I brought up in most of in some videos they made, like in the Flashpoint video. At the end of the Flashpoint video, there was the waterfall and the agile method. That's something that has stuck to me ever since I needed to study for it for the entrance exams I took in 2016. But the agile method is something that in cycles that you do in cycles in going forward, like you do this and then this and then this and then this and then this and this, and you basically do all kinds of different things while going forward to an unknown destination. But then there's the waterfall method, which is basically you can do the cycles, but you don't do them randomly. You do those cycles, and while going towards some planned destination. Not to a random random direction, but you need to know where you're going.
So how would they know that?
Yeah, they would have first needed to decide where they would go if they were to leave Vegas.
Right, but how would they do that? They'd have to have some kind of intel. So you think the zombies would know how to set up Wi-Fi and look on the internet and find out what's going on?
They could have, maybe, probably. They could have, like, if they had some remnant minds left from the previous life before infection, like
Right.
how Zeus had, they could have somehow, but maybe their processing skills and other things, they weren't as agile in small things like using computers and turning the electricity back on
Now,
because
this
they
might be
had to be.
hilarious because everything that you're just saying there sounds funny. Just imagine a zombie being computer literate and knowing how to use Wi-Fi, the internet, cell phones. It'd be
Yeah.
hilarious, right? But I'm just saying, what do you think? Do you think that possibly that could happen in the future, in future zombie movies here? Because Vanderhoff, if I'm not mistaken, he was bitten by Zeus, right? So he's probably going to get, even though it's coming on to him very slowly, he's going to be converted slowly into a zombie. But if the idea that was it you or Saul was saying is that you got to die first to become the zombie, then he has to slowly die first. So he's not a zombie until he dies, right?
Maybe. Or there could
Or
be that he could be one of those evolutionary zombies that were eventually coming, and in this case, he would retain most of his intelligence and not even realize he had turned.
okay.
That's also
So
a
you're saying
possibility.
he slowly turns into a zombie. So he
Yeah,
slowly
slowly
loses.
turns, and maybe he had already turned, but he had not realized it yet.
Okay.
There would have been
Okay.
small hints like his tiredness and being escorted to the airplane bathroom and before he noticed that it could have been like something like that. Or
Hmm.
maybe the shock of the infection was so great that he didn't notice that thing. For example, a shock can be something really powerful in those kind of things. Like in 2014, I I had an injury where my knee was opened in a scooter accident. I was trying I was trying to leave for work, and I had overslept, and I needed to get there fast. So I decided to take my brother's scooter and use it to drive there. And it didn't start off well. I tried to do the kick it online so it would start, and it ended up. I ended up losing the control of it, dragged it for
Yeah.
a few meters, and then but it then jumped on, drove out to the port, noticed my pants had gotten ripped for a point. I turned back and went back to change my pants, and I had taken it. And in my above my knee, there was a finger thick wound open, and basically I had wounded my knee to a very thick wound. And the
Oh
shock
wow.
had been so great that I had not even realized it until I saw it.
Wow. Yeah. Shout out to Leroy Kong in the comment section below. Hello, great live. Army of the Dead is great. I've seen Zack Snyder's Justice League 51 times now. Again, Zack Snyder is my number one director. All right, my brother. I hear you on that.
Oh, man.
51 times. Jesus Christ, that's a lot. So yeah, he could be converted into a zombie and not know he's becoming a zombie because he's not aware, like you're saying.
Yeah, that
Um,
would be in
but here's another one for you for
explanation.
this. Here's another one for you from the zombie click because there's lots of questions I got for this thing. So we said that the zombies, right? They can be revived from bones almost and dead skin by getting moisture. That's according to Coyote. She was saying in the heat right now that, and then we know also that they can go into what
It
we
would
call as
be.
kind of
I don't know if they
like
were
a sleep
revived,
state.
if they were
They
also
say
in
you
a
could
kind of hibernation, or if they were in the sun so
no
long
the
that
hibern.
or if they were in the sun so long that they eventually they melted and dried out,
Yeah, they
but
dried out.
the brain was still functional. That
You think your brain is functional? Because if you have a dried out brain, right, it's gonna shrink down and everything.
or just the outer layer of the skin of the zombies that was melted and dried out, and
Right.
they couldn't do anything. But then
But we've seen
moisturizing with
skull
the
and
rain
bones,
water,
though.
and they properly started to
Hydrate back up. Okay.
yeah. It was
The
basically,
other thing.
I just realized that those zombies, if they had dried out and melted together in the sunlight, and then in the raining with the moisturizer, they could have come out as melted together slobs, kind of like that. That could have been the closest thing to a live action adaptation or showing of the When Day Breaks SCP-001-A's, those kind of. After you're done, do a look on the When Day Breaks SCP-001s, because that is also a very scary and very end of the world kind of SCP story. If you
Interesting.
Yeah,
I will check it when day breaks. I'll check it out.
SCP,
But what I was saying,
when day breaks SCP, otherwise you end up with something else.
SCP, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Not STP. SCP.
SCP, as in secure, contain, protect.
Okay. SCP. Okay. Right. So the other thing that I was going to say is, right. You have the zombies who are in hibernation. That's the ones that when they were going through the hallway, all these zombies were kind of like frozen up, and then some will move a little bit, and so on. And you could see them.
Hibernation, as in had no reason to move on and on.
You know what it reminds me of? Those zombies remind me of a state that human beings can go into, a stasis state, where some human beings they become inanimate, but they're alive.
Yeah, and then when something comes to push them and give them a reason to move on,
they move. Yeah, so they might move to music or whatever. Say that again.
Once Upon a Time in Hollywood is finally coming to my Netflix.
Oh, nice. So what I'm saying is that, okay, so you see them in hibernation, you see them, they could get hydrated and come back and kind of animate. And my thing is this. A nuclear explosion happens, blows up everything on the surface, let's say. But they say there's fragments that still remain because some zombies didn't get completely incinerated. Maybe they got their heads blown off from their bodies or whatever. Can these zombies be put back together by other zombies?
I'm not going to say that they're not going to grow extra limbs they're going to be dispatched heads.
Right, but I'm not saying they get extra limbs. I'm saying they could be put back together by other zombies. That's what I'm asking. Because with the queen, her head was still operational. She was still alive.
Yeah, but her body wasn't twitching or Jimi Hendrix in like the ones in Return of the Living Dead.
Because you cut off the head. So the body's dead. The head's alive. But when you put the head back on the body, will it work?
Until it gets ruled out, let's keep that as a possible conclusion.
Because remember, once it has a brain, the zombies work, right?
Yeah.
Just because you decapitate a zombie, if you can connect the head back to the body, then it should work again. Yeah. That's what I'm trying to say. And
it is an option. Okay. It is a possibility. That has
what the other weird thing? Yet. You ready for some weird shit? It seemed as though there were some cyborg zombies in that movie. See? Even you are like, whoa. So that's what I'm trying to say. All they need really is a brain, right? So if they can be, everything else could be operational, it could be cyborg. Because we saw some with metal parts, we saw some with metal things in them. Yes, we saw the metallic stuff also. If you bust them open, the eyes, some of them had glowing eyes. So I'm just asking, see, because here's the thing. Nuking something is not the answer. They've nuked a lot of places. They nuked Japan, right? What is it? What's the name of the place? I forgot what they nuked.
Hiroshima.
They nuked Hiroshima, right? But there were still survivors. People still survived that nuclear blast. So but they did. And my point is, zombies are so much more tougher than humans. Why wouldn't some of them survive that
I wouldn't
blast?
say they're tougher. It would be more in line that they have a higher pain tolerance.
Or they're more durable. More durable, meaning you could shoot up a zombie, you could blow up a zombie even, right? If its brain is still intact, it's still alive. At least the brain, the head, right? So like they have it's harder to kill them, right? You have to shoot them in the head or destroy the head somehow, some way. So my thing is, and we don't know if that's 100% rule now, because they're constantly evolving. So what's to say that fetus zombie that he pulled out? Because remember, fetus zombie is not the same as human fetus, where human fetus needs to live. A fetus zombie doesn't need the things that humans need to live, right?
Yes, but for it to grow, that's all something that. Do the zombies age?
That's the other thing. Do zombies grow?
If a person is
Do
turned to a
zombies
zombie,
grow?
they literally they should stop aging and they should stay at the same age that they were infected as.
Here's my thing. Here's another question, because one question begs another. Was the queen pregnant before she met Zeus?
Unlikely.
Why? Because why I say that is because she may have had a fetus in her all along, and Zeus bit her, and she became a zombie.
What was the time frame before between when the infection happened and when the heist was done?
That's a good question.
Because
like it was a while. It was a couple of years.
If the conception was done by the two zombies when they had been turned in, then that would have been an evolutionary step forward. Whereas if the queen zombie had been just been made pregnant prior to getting infected, that is also something that could be a possibility given the time unknown time frame.
But it doesn't matter, because if she's a zombie, the fetus will still be in her anyway. Because it's like everything. Everything's undead.
Army of
It's
the
undead.
Dead.
But here's my thing. Now Zeus was always messing with her stomach and stuff, so it's possible that fetus comes from her, because he went straight into her belly, pow, and pulled out the fetus and went and showed everybody the fetus. Now, is he angry because she died, or is he showing everybody the fetus to say, this is the next generation zombie? What is he exactly doing? I don't know, right? But it's just something else I was thinking about as I think about the movie. I'm gonna go watch it again, obviously, because I got Netflix, so I'm gonna see it again. But it's just something that I thought about, and then the question is Coyote obliterated by the blast? Where did Coyote go after he bit her? Yeah?
Her fate was left ambiguous.
Yes, because once you're underground with a nuclear explosion, once you're in a secure place like a bunker underground, something bunker-like, it's not going to kill you. As clearly was the case with Vander Hoff, right? He came out from the underground blast because he was in the vault, right? How did he get out of the vault? I don't know. Because he was locked in by Dieter, right? So those are all questions. Like, I have a lot of questions about this movie. I only seen it once, but Zach kind of throws. He kept on saying, "I'm throwing stuff at you guys all the time. You don't realize it, but I'm packing on stuff on you." Right? He said that in an interview, and he really is packing in a lot of stuff. Say that again.
That's also almost like the same thing with Tetsuya Nomura.
Okay.
The director of the Kingdom Hearts series, because that series it began in 2004 in the first game, and there was this room that was basically that you could only teleport into from a location, had no idea where it was and what its purpose was, and there were some cryptic messages that you had to read, and then over a decade later, when we got the mobile game for a game for a game, it was revealed that the room was originally from the mobile game, which was set 100 years before the events of the first game.
Whoa!
That's something that Tetsuya Nomura had set up over a decade before it was revealed.
But we're supposed to get a prequel to this movie, so an animated prequel. So I guess there'll be more answers in that. But I'm just thinking that like a lot of things with these zombies, and I guess the prequel is about the zombies. I guess it'll be about what happened to Las Vegas. And it's isn't it Army of the Dead Las Vegas? I think it's called. So we'll find out what happened to those zombies in Las Vegas and their culture and everything and how they moved along, because we have to find out like what the hell happened in Las Vegas, right?
Film and anime style
That made
series,
most of the people just be zombies. Like most of the people were just zombies.
Army of Thieves.
Army of Thieves is not it's not really a prequel. Army of Thieves is with Dieter.
It says Matthias Schwingel will direct and star in Army of Thieves, which takes place before the events of Army of the Dead and focus on Schweider's character Ludwig Dieter. The film will also star Nathalie Emmanuel, Gus Kahn, Rubio.
Because he was a space cracker, and they'll tell you a little background about him.
And the anime series is gonna be just Army of the Dead Las Vegas. Hey, main article.
Yeah, that one. That's the one that we'll get to know a little bit more.
Service television based on the Army of the Dead, developed by Jay.
I feel that prequel is what is going to help us to understand what the sequel will be for this movie. I think the prequel will
developed
set the tone for what the sequel.
Premise. Okay, premise.
Six
revolving
episodes
around the early phases of the zombie outbreak in Las Vegas. The series will
there you
center
go.
on Scott's origin, as well as he and his comrades' rescue efforts to save the mankind.
Okay,
and
good.
Rose will serve as the protagonist.
Rose? Interesting.
Voiced by Joe Manganiello.
Whoa. Okay. Cool.
Yeah, some guy named Rose. But otherwise, it seems that everyone is coming back to voice their characters.
Which makes sense
Batista,
because
El Purnell, Ana de la Reguera, Tig Notargo, Omari Hardwick, Christian Slater, and Harry Lennox is also going to be in it.
Christian Slater's in there?
Yeah,
Harry
as
Lennox
a character in the Torrance. Ross
They probably didn't
Butler,
survive. Or maybe they
Charlotte, Vanessa Hudgens, Yeti de Bakiki, Christina Vren. Okay, Christina Vren, she was in the Man of Steel.
Christina Wren, yeah. Christina Wren was in
Monica
Batman v Superman, Man of Steel.
Jenna Malone,
Jenna Malone, okay.
And Ray Porter.
Ray Porter?
Yeah. In an undisclosed role. It just says
cool.
To be announced in Ray Porter's
all right, man. Ray getting some stuff done, man. Ray doing some things in Hollywood. That's good, man.
Animated by Mesuda Arts Animation, showrunner Jay Oliva and the executive producer will each be directing.
Jay Oliva be doing a lot of animation these days. And
6 episodes only.
What's his name? Dave Bautista was supposed to do Gods of War with Zack Snyder. He been trying to get. That's what he really wanted to do. He wanted to do Gods of War with Zack Snyder, but then when he saw this role, he was like, "Yeah, man, I gotta take this role. This is something not to leave off the table." And he really did great acting. All of them, actually, all the actors were great. This is one movie where I loved all the characters mostly. Like I liked the bad guy. I liked Zeus. I liked the queen of the thing. I liked the lieutenant. I liked some of the zombies. Some of the zombies really were funny, man. Did you watch some of the zombies what they were doing? Some of these zombies was a trip, man. Of course, the zombies in the beginning too in Las Vegas, the showgirl zombies, and that took out the guy, and the zombies that chased down the guy when he just won the lottery on the slot machine. That was really cool too. Yeah,
Mm.
I actually liked all the characters except for Martin. I liked Martin a little bit, but then when he started to double cross people, I didn't really like him.
Mm.
When you think about also the guy who was the immigration officer or the security guard guy, uh Chad whatever. He was annoying. Was it
Yeah.
Chad or Charles? I didn't like
What
him, but
was
apparently they got
what was
rid
the
of him.
character's name?
But all the characters in the movie I thought were very
Uh,
likable.
it was
Yeah, so
uh, Burt Cummings. That was the guy who they sacrificed.
that was his actual name in the film, Brad
Yeah,
Cummings.
Burt Cummings.
Bert. That's the actual actor's name or the character's name?
Theo Rossi is the actor. The character's name was Burt Cummings.
Yeah, Bert Cummings.
And
I like how Coyote took him out too.
yeah, and Martin, Garrett Dillahunt.
Yes, Martin. I was sorry for the Mexican lady who got killed though. Who was the lady who used to fix cars and weld and stuff. And she was in the beginning too. She was killing zombies in the beginning. But that zombie just broke her neck back. It was like cracks. It's like, God damn.
Yeah, it was quite.
That was messed up.
Yeah, and I can't believe her reaction time was as low as it was.
Because the zombies are really quick. They're fast. They're
Yeah,
really fast.
but just seeing a zombie, I would have expected her to react more quickly to reach for her weapon or try to take at least someone out, or at least shoot the zombie coming at her before. And if they had managed to kill each other, the zombie to twist her neck, and she would have taken the zombie out too
Yeah.
somehow.
But nobody really expected that to happen. Like, I don't think any of us expected it. It was like a twist. Because she just told the guy, I'm doing this because I love you and blah. And then the zombies came and she was like,
Oh, in retrospect,
like,
I
God
realized that should
damn.
have been a red flag.
It's funny. For me, you see Chucky movies. Chucky's the star of the show. You laugh at it. And then you see when Vanderhoff brought down all the zombies, and the zombie was like, "No," turned around and started to attack them. When they were trying to get the zombies to walk over the pressure plates to spring the booby traps in the vault, and the zombie turned around. That's what I like about these things. The zombie was not predictable. The zombie had his own mind. He's like, because he's trying to get him to go that way. He positioned him, and then the zombie just turned around and was like,
it was basically the zombie was acting like you could have photoshopped a buffering animation on his head to show how it was reacting to wait a minute.
And he was moving slower. Yeah. Yes. He's like, nope. He had to go get another zombie. You know what's cool though? How was he catching those zombies? Like they never showed that. They never showed how he caught them. And then he'd be bringing them down.
Some zombies that were left idle, some here and there. Maybe he found them
Right,
randomly.
inanimated. Right, inanimated. Yeah. That's so funny, man. So yeah, the movie was good, man. The movie was good. It was kind of shockingly funny. The way how they kind of did the little segments and stuff. And even when the zombie got like blasted between the doors went bam and squashed the zombie. And they were like, can I get a little help? And they pushed the doors back, and you see all the slime go pow. It's like, oh God. Yeah. But I still don't understand why in the movie the the different rates of infection for the different people who were becoming zombified. But I guess, like they say, once you die, or like you say, you slowly become the zombie. You could slowly become the zombie, or you could just suddenly die. You could die of your wounds and become a zombie. Yeah, once you're
Mm.
infected. I wonder if rigor mortis has anything to do with it as well. Maybe that speeds
Possibly
up
it
everything.
does.
And then some zombies. Why the different kinds of zombies? Why do you have the metallo kind of zombies that are kind of cyborg zombies? You have the alpha zombies who are really fast and athletic. Then you have the slow zombies that go.
Nature
Why those
versus
different
nurture.
kinds of zombies? Huh?
Maybe they
I guess
evolved
we'll get
differently, or they were lesser
probably
zombies. Like the alphas that we had that were in the movie, those were likely infected by zoos, and the
right.
slow zombies were the kind of lesser zombies that were infected by the other infected by zoos.
And do you
Like
realize
like
Zeus?
if you're second hand infected by not by the patient zero zombie, then it was likely that they were that you that it just they just developed they didn't have the same kind of strong
Right, and they
infection
weren't
rate.
as fast. Like they would be kind of like inanimate most of the time, and then because
Yeah,
some zombies were just inanimate, they're just sitting
yeah.
down there or lying
Or
down.
basically,
Eh,
they were like bargain bin zombies in that case. And the pure
Yeah,
zombies, as would have been like those infected by zoos, but
right.
those infected by the other zombies that like Zeus' underlings, they did they if they get infected you, then you were basically a lesser zombie.
What I don't understand is what's the metallic stuff in them? Because like even Zeus had this blue metallic thing when when he shot him in the head and split his head open. He had this blue metallic thing.
It
What
was
was
a
that?
cool. Basically, if he had if he was the patient zero and had knowledge of his previous life, then he was likely he had somewhat higher processing skills to know that people are going to shoot him in the head, so he needed to wear a protective gear.
No, but he didn't have a protective gear. I'm talking about the blue stuff. Remember when at the end of the movie in the helicopter when Scott shot him through the head and his head split in half and you saw this blue thing. You saw this blue
That could
metallic
have been
thing.
something like you
What is
know
that?
when Martin was sent to get something to get for Tanaka so that they could weaponize the zombie plague. it that stuff was probably that exact thing that they needed to
Mm.
analyze so they could weaponize the zombie.
Oh. So, but
That
obvious
was
they
probably
gave. It's obvious Zeus was a human, like you said. It seems like a military human who was
yeah.
given this zombie infection. Now, what is this zombie infection? Is it a virus? Is it a what? It obviously is converted into your body fluids. So once it gets in your body fluids, that's where it can infect you, and it does it rather quickly. The question is, what is that thing? Is it an alien something? Because it's Area 51. Was it
Left
an
to
alien something?
interpretation. Just gave they just told us just about enough to draw our own conclusions. There could be a definitive answer, but would that satisfy you if you knew what it was?
Well, I guess we'll get it in the prequel.
Hmm.
I think we'll get it in the prequel for sure. But what I want to know though is also because remember recently, I think the government of the United States said that there are aliens, like aliens do exist. Didn't we hear that? I think they did say that in the news now. They're pretty clear on that. So if aliens do exist, according to them, what does that mean? Why are they telling us that now?
And nothing better to do.
I'm just
Or maybe it
saying.
was something that
What does
they
this movie have to do with that? Because this is our first worldwide plague. Will we have a zombie plague? Is it possible we have something like a zombie plague? Is that possible? Like, I don't know. I'm just saying. I'm not saying it really will happen, but I'm just saying. It's just a thought. All of these things
well,
just go through my mind. I'm like, why? But yeah, I mean, it's an interesting zombie movie. That's all I'm saying. And it just has me asking all kinds of questions. about ourselves, about the zombie, about our people and stuff. It goes all over the place. That's all I'm saying. Yeah. But for those of you out there who do not know, this is Pick of Shades again. You can check out his channel, Pick of Shades. This is his name right here. Go to that channel right there that says Pick of Shades. Also, just want to plug Sojourn and also Kingdom, as well as 12 Monkeys, as well as you told me about another movie and I forgot what the name of it is. What is it again? What name? You told me about something. Pick Shades
Triangle.
Triangle. I don't
Yeah,
remember Triangle.
that's a psychological horror movie where a single mother sets out to go sailing with her
No,
friends
you
and
told me
her son.
something about SCP. Something SCP.
Your SCPs. That SCPs. They're that online community of creative writers
No,
who
no,
have
no, 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 no. You told me about a name and then followed by SCP.
SCP-001 SD Lost Proposal When Day Breaks.
When Day Breaks. That's it. When Day Breaks. That's the other one I want to go and watch.
Yeah,
Right.
I'll write it here also. You can. So
Please
you won't
do.
forget.
Yes. And these are spoilers. We're talking spoilers right now. Oh, for those people who have not seen this movie before, please do not watch this because we are spoiling the movie to France right now. So these are all found on Netflix, by the way. This movie's found on Netflix, right?
This isn't on Netflix. You can find this on YouTube.
YouTube. Okay.
Anyone who has any animation channels or other videos has done a video on this SCP.
Great.
When
When
Day
Day
Breaks. It's
Also,
a
for
serious.
those of you out, it's a serious zombie movie. Or a serious gob kind of thing where things kind of stick together, kind of gob-like thing.
It's basically the
Yes,
sun.
ladies. The sun?
The sun turns into SCP-001.
The what?
The sun's radiation. It turns into it changes the way the sun shines, and the sun rays become so dangerous that it basically starts to melt flesh.
Oh my God. That almost sounds real. That sounds like our ozone layer is breaking down. And I actually get sunburned from the sun now. You have to be very careful.
It's worse than that. Like
Oh
I
my
said,
God.
your skin melts, your flesh melts,
Oh
and
my
you
God.
lose yourself mentally, and you come across other people who have melted, and you stick together, and you
Yeah.
eventually become beings that just have lost their senses on and everything else, and you hunt other people who have not been infected, and
Whoa.
watch those things. You will understand the horrors of this thing.
Oh yeah. Okay. I'm not really into horror now, but you're scaring me. All right, peoples. So this is basically it. I just want to wrap up some of these
Yeah,
stuff
it's
here. And if there's anything else you
1
want to talk
a.m.
about,
for me, and I should go to
oh
sleep.
my God. It's now 5. It's almost 6 p.m. where I'm at. So let me just go through all this stuff here. Army of the Dead. We went through a non-spoiler review. Then we went through a spoiler review. And awesome movie. You guys should check it out. But I don't want to over-exaggerate it. It's not like Academy Award winning or anything like that. But it is really cool, fun enjoyment for those of you who like that kind of thing. Now, I just want to go through some movies that you guys could check out. Enola Holmes. You guys should check out Enola Holmes. You should check out Love, Death, and Robots. Really dope. The Witcher. That's pretty good. I suggest you use The Witcher. It has some old English, though, so it could get a
Go
little
watch my review
confusing.
on Witcher 2.
Oh, you did? Okay, I'm going to check
Yeah,
that out.
yeah. It hasn't
Cobra
got any.
Kai.
Yeah,
Check it
that
out.
review actually hasn't got any
Frontier.
likes or dislikes
Check out
yet.
Frontier. And don't forget also to check out the following movies here suggested by Pick of Shades. Sojourn. That is actually what's it
Series.
called again?
Border
The
Town is
border.
also
Border.
it's also
Border
an
town.
internationally known border town.
Border town, yeah. And then there's
TV series of
Kingdom.
series.
Kingdom by Korean series. You're really gonna like that. I think I will. That's my kind of movie right there. As well as SCP-001 SD, Locke's Proposal, When Day Breaks. That sounds scary as hell. I don't know if I
You
want
can
to see
find
it, but I will try.
all kinds of videos of it in YouTube.
Okay. I don't know if I want to see it, but I'm going to watch it anyway. And then we also have 12 Monkeys. That was suggested by Saul Martin. You guys should really check. I will check it out as well. I hear it's kind of scary, but anyway, I'm going to check it out. I want to leave it there. I want to thank everybody for being on here. Pick your shades. Tell them where you can be located on Twitter and social media.
As
Twitter,
Pika says,
YouTube.
that I'm under that name in Twitter and here in YouTube and also in Instagram, but I haven't really published anything there for quite a while.
And
I should
Instagram.
publish
Okay.
something there.
So check out Picker Shades' channel. And don't forget, you can check out the Truth channel, Truth 31. He has a channel also out there. It's really good. I check him out all the time. As well as you can check out Saul Martin. Saul Martin's channel is Saul Martin. And on YouTube. So you should check him out as well. He also can be found on Twitter. And then I think there's some other people here, but I can't remember who it is. But for all the other people who tuned in, the other people who check out this stream, I hope you have got a good evening. It's been great. It's been a blast checking out this movie and a bunch of other movies. And you know, the thing about these movies that I really like is the range of emotion carries you through. Sometimes you cry,
Oh, there
sometimes you
are a
laugh.
lot of Saul Martins in YouTube.
Look for the one with the Joker face.
Yeah, looking.
Hopefully, you see the one with the Joker face. That is Saul Martin. Or you could click. I don't know if you could click on his.
Yeah, you can click on those. I tried.
Click on the icon, maybe. He's a really cool guy. Obviously, he likes. He's eclectic. He likes different kinds of movies.
Not that.
So the next time we come back, we won't have to talk spoiler talk on this movie. We'll be talking more about the Snyderverse and all the events that transpire. But I do advise you guys missed out on the opportunity to see this in the theaters and the cinemas, to definitely check it out on Netflix. It's really awesome. It's a zombie movie, but it's more than a zombie movie. And even though we're discussing a lot of zombie stuff. So this is it. I am Christ, I am Disciple, also known as AKA Anson Phillip. I hope you guys enjoyed this segment. Yes, it has some cursing in it, so you guys may want to edit that out. But other than that, I think it's a good time for us. We really enjoyed. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it a lot. And Pick a Shades enjoyed it a lot. And also did Saul Martin as well as the Truth 31 who came through. It's really nice to discuss movies with you guys. You know, it's one thing to talk about reviewing a movie and performances of characters and all of that. That's cool. But I really like talking about substance in movies. And I think I'll spend more time doing that, even though I like listening to Pick a Shade's reviews on movies because he again comes with substance. I love that. So you guys, if you haven't checked out Pick a Shade's reviews, Pick a Shade's channel, go to it now because we're getting out of here. And on that note, it's anything else you want to say, Pick a Shades, before we go?
May your heart be your guiding key.
And we wrap it up on that. Peace.
Peace.